What will you become? The truth lies west.
You've enjoyed Evanston so far, thus far. It's a long ways over here, I know, from your places, and it's a shorter ways back. So we're going to go ahead and do a few housekeeping things. Director Schober's still working a little bit on her presentation, but I think we'll go ahead and get some of the housekeeping things out of the road. So we just want to welcome you here and hope you enjoy your time here. I guess Representative and Newsom and myself took her on a little tour of the city. So she's in love with Evanston now. She's thinking about moving. Not really. But anyway, yes, vacation. Welcome. And this is the first interim meeting of the Joint Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee. Myself and co-chairman Newsom, we're going to kind of split up things the next couple of days. She brought this to my attention last night that Corporations Committee, one chairman, co-chairman did the morning, one did the afternoon, and then he flip-flopped the next day. So we're going to do that. I think that sounds like a lot more fun than how we've done it in the past. So just an idea. But anyway, if you would, LSO, are you ready? We'll start off with a roll call, please.
Senator Baldwin. Here. Senator Ellis. Senator Grew. Here. Senator Jones. Here. Representative Angelos. Here. Representative Burkhart.
Excuse.
Representative Byron.
Here.
Representative Larson. Here. Representative Singh. Here. Representative Storer. Representative Western.
Here.
Representative Winter.
Here.
Chairman Schuler.
Here.
Co-chairman Newsom.
Here.
You have a quorum.
I'd just like to do a brief explanation. Representative Burkhart is not here because he is receiving an award for his work in mining. So we're very proud that he has done that great work through his years of service in the House of Representatives and that he is receiving that award.
Again, I did a little welcome. I don't know, co-chairman, would you like to That you're good. Okay. In that case, we'll go ahead and start with the adoption of interim committee rules. Hopefully, those on the committee have had a chance to look over those. We got our heads together and felt like that this is what we wanted to do. If we didn't adopt these, they would go to the default. And then you wouldn't have co-chairman. There's a couple of other things that would enter in there. And so if you want to just take a look at those, if you have any questions before we ask for a motion. The biggest thing I think on here is on D, second page, the quorum necessary for this joint committee will just be a majority of the members. And that was something that the co-chairman and I agreed on. Other than that, was there anything else? Co-chairman?
Ability to.
Go ahead.
So then other thing we discussed is the ability to cast an absentee ballot. If you've heard a substantial amount of the discussion on a topic and you, for some reason, have to be excused, that you can still vote on that topic. So that's another thing that we thought was important, that everyone be able to vote.
Any questions on the interim committee rules? Anyone? Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion to approve those.
Make motion.
Okay, motion's been made by Representative Western. A second. With that, all those in favor of the joint interim committee rules, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, those have passed. All right. Is our Office of Tourism, are we almost ready? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just real quick, very, very important announcement. Draw results for resident deer and elk are in 2 days, so just put that in your calendar.
Oh, that is important. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, this is an important committee and those things are extremely important. So Director Schober, should we wait just a minute or are you ready? Certainly.
Okay,
They made a home in this rugged land. They made their mark as well. Standing up to the challenges with grit and determination. Standing up for what matters. They became leaders
and 20% goes into the reserve account. And you all, I know, have had conversations in this last session about both of those. I want to talk to you today, really focusing on that 80% and what our office is doing with that funding. So if you would advance again, Kyle. And I sent all of you a link on Friday to this presentation. So you'll have all of the audio, video, and everything that's in there. Prior to this biennium, when the Office of Tourism was funded on a general fund, our biennium budget was 23.1 million. In this particular biennium, 80% of the 3% statewide lodging tax, we're at 38,009,164. That's an increase of nearly $15 million, which is about $7.5 million per year. I want you to know that our counterparts in Colorado, Utah, Montana, South Dakota still are outspending Wyoming in their tourism investment efforts, both in marketing and in tourism development. So even with the increase, this puts us in a much more competitive position than where we were before. But certainly still, there's a lift out there to do. And I think as we see today with demand, even in Teton County, running at about 15% down over a year ago, we cannot take demand for granted. We have to keep pushing the Wyoming message and putting Wyoming in the forefront of the traveling consumer's mind in order to generate the economy of tourism. Kyle, if you'd advance to the next slide. So we just wanted to emphasize what we are doing with that additional amount of money. And so even when we were just a generally funded agency, the majority of our work went into marketing, creating awareness about Wyoming, Wyoming over Montana. Yellowstone is in Wyoming, Cheyenne Frontier Days. If you are a fan of railroad, you know, the I-80 corridor, this area, this beautiful building where we are, that this is just a great place to be. But we also were able to advance our marketing and messaging, and these are biennium numbers. So just keep that in mind. We put $4.5 million additional marketing dollars in this year's advertising budget. We were able to add $5 million to support destination development all across the state. And that's in all 23 counties. I'll give you a little bit more information about that a little bit later. 340,000 to leverage some additional technologies. You know, technology is really our information highway and how we drive people to get to the information that they need. And then we also revitalized and invested back into our domestic and international travel trade at $712,000. And that's working directly with operators and wholesalers. It's not going direct to consumer. And so that's a big investment for us. Kyle, if you would go to the next one as well, please. So over time, destination marketing organizations also have taken on the responsibilities of a shared community value that many of you are, hear from your constituents every day. But how are we going to be also responsible and take a leadership role in the stewardship and the well-being of our communities? And right now we have I'll share a little bit more about it with you, but we have a campaign, Why Responsibly, that we started even prior to COVID, but amped it up during the pandemic about responsible travel. And just last week, we even took the wildlife section of that Why Responsibly for traveling responsibly and encouraging even a much more direct and bold approach to visitors really respecting wildlife. I mean, we needed to join our partners, our federal partners, to address some of the less, we're painting with a broad brush if we see everybody behaves that way and they don't, but we certainly want to make sure that we're addressing those that do. So under the shared community value, a destination organization such as ours, which is responsible for tourism, or even for the lodging tax board that's here in Evanston, you retain your core of marketing and creating awareness. People have to know about it before they can come and visit, right? Or they're going to make other choices. But we also want to support that destination stewardship and to create visitor-ready communities. How can we help build capacity? How can we help wayfinding? And visitors want to do the right thing. We just have to help them understand how and what that right thing is. Kyle, if you would advance to the next slide, please. As part of our overall strategic focus, the two things I'm going to focus on for the rest of the presentation are two strategic initiatives. One is championing the destination and the brand that really sits in that marketing lane. And the other is elevating our partners, which is working with our in-state communities, businesses to elevate tourism around the state. Kyle, if you would advance. 2 years ago, we started a whole campaign around the Modern Explorer, really leaning in to the fact that Wyoming is the least populated state in the nation. And we are the last bastion of the West, an eternal proving ground for the brave, independent spirit. We had done a lot of research and did some destination assessments against Wyoming in our competitive set. And we were charged with, charged ourselves with differentiating ourselves from other mountain states. And some of that is resources, financial, but then it's also in your messaging too, and how you're going to take that messaging to a higher level, to focus on that awareness stage, making sure that people are aware of Wyoming, so that they can make that as their vacation choice. And then to show diversity in activities and people, as we want to highlight the vitality of Wyoming and what people can see and do. And so thus is the Modern Explorers campaign. If you would move to the next slide for me, please, Kyle. And I know that sometimes looking at numbers, I hope those are big enough that you can see. But I just want you to know that that this is a measure on 22 of the first year of Modern Explorers campaign. So we always look at, there's a base of travel that people would travel regardless. And then through marketing and destination work, you can grow travel incrementally. And that's really, I think, as policymakers and as folks who are in charge of building a better Wyoming, and our job as an agency is, how do we grow that incremental travel? How can we create that economic benefit? And therefore, we have to measure, what exactly does the ad campaign itself generate, aside from the base of travel? And through a series of research and methodologies, these are all available on our industry website. We measure the ad campaign itself. And so people who are taking the survey, they would say, did you see this ad? Yes. You would go to this series of questions. No, you would go to this series of questions. So we're going to focus on the people who said yes and what they did as we go through this. But in 22, the number of influence trips directly attributable to the ad campaign is 1.3, just a little bit less than where we were in 2019. But you can see where we were in how we grew from 21. I think all of us have ignored 2020 as a year of, we're not even gonna have that in any measurement set. Of those 1 million trips, 1.2 billion in direct spending. Those are visitors buying goods and services all across Wyoming, from places here in Evanston to Rock Springs to Gillette, Cheyenne, Casper, Sheridan, all across the state. We measured this against a section of our $3.6 million national campaign. And that in turn, then for every dollar that we spent in marketing, the Office of Tourism spent in marketing, there was $336 returned in visitor spending. And so that's money that was returned into those communities. The sales tax, just the 4% state sales tax generated off of that 1.2 billion is 48.5 million. So in state sales tax revenue, just off of the 3.6 million, for every dollar invested in the advertising campaign, it generated back $13.50 in just the state sales tax. That's not including all of the other sales and use taxes that are generated from the visitor economy. And so if you would move to the next slide for me, please, Kyle. So let's talk about this summer, the summer of 23. And let's move into the slide after that, Kyle, if you would, please. So the marketing approach for this year is, and this now will include everything within these dollars that we are using. Our funding now is all from the statewide lodging tax. So everything we're talking about now is within this effort and how we've been able to leverage these additional dollars. So we had a winter campaign. It ran from October to February. We spent $500,000 on that. It's a predominantly digital campaign. It is not focused solely on the northwest corner of Wyoming. We use it as an opportunity to create a year-round awareness of Wyoming, talking about ice fishing and snowmobiling and cross-country skiing, as well as downhill skiing and the national parks. But we certainly use it as a way to create an awareness about Wyoming statewide. Our summer campaign kicked off in March and it will run through September. Our budget is 6.6 million. The audiences are active recreationalists, sightseeing, adventurers, and cultural explorers. Our markets now with this additional dollars have allowed us to go into a very deep national campaign. There's people who live in upstate New York who enjoy things like Wyoming or downstate Florida or Illinois or Colorado. So with these additional dollars, it allows us to expand that reach. And we also have heavied up in some key markets. Most of our marketing is done on more behaviorals, trying to reach people who want to have this kind of experience as a vacation experience, an outdoor experience. But we also know that there's some markets where there's high concentrations of consumers who are interested in travel to Wyoming. And so the map there really depicts the nationwide approach, and then the secondary and tertiary markets, and then the division of the the division of the budget that you can see. If you would advance to the next slide, please. The media overview. This is really just to demonstrate to you, if you're interested in these things. Sometimes people like to go deep into how media is spent, others maybe not so much, but this is a fully integrated campaign, meaning we're using multiple channels, multiple ways in which to reach people. And so what research tells you is that certain people at certain times will consume certain types of media. And in order to have a targeted approach to make that ad campaign be effective and return those ROIs like we just went through, we have to be very strategic and go in with a very targeted approach to how we place ads on different channels through different mediums at different times of the year. Early in the planning season, you're really creating awareness. In June, July, August, we start to go in more tactical, like come now, don't wait until next summer. And so you start to see these different approaches, but we use content stories. We still use TV, although it's done through connected TV. It's not your old traditional ABC, NBC. It's through Netflix and Hulu and a variety of other connected TV. Print is still really strong in the travel industry. Radio, again, that's all digital radio, Pandora, Spotify, iHeartRadio. Display is all through digital. You'd see those, when you go into ads and you're searching something and then a campaign comes up maybe with a video on it, that's display advertising. Native ads are what looks like, in the olden days, we called it advertorials, where the ad itself looks like it's part of the content because it's related to that content. If it were with Outside Magazine, there could be a story about Wyoming or an ad that would be placed in there that looks like it's part of the native. By design, it says it's an ad. You're not tricking the consumer, but it's part of relevant content to that particular outlet. And then retargeting, which encourages conversion. How many times have you been shopping for something and then all of a sudden that product starts following you around for maybe, you can set it up for 30 days or less. You can set it up to only retarget once. And so it's just, that's retargeting. And then through social media, we run ads. And then we also utilize a lot of partnerships because even with increased budget, and we're very grateful for it, we still need to go to more places. And by hitching our wagon to those that have larger audiences and like-minded travel audiences, we can also expand the Wyoming brand. And as again, our budget is 6.6 million for this particular year. If you would go on to the next slide, please. So what is a modern explorer? A modern explorer is the same thing that explorers were, centuries ago, looking for all kinds of a restlessness that may be in their spirit, try new things that they have never done. Today, what we wanted to do is harness the capacity of some Wyoming folks to tell stories for us that really can resonate. And Jimmy Chin is a photographer. He's an Academy Award-winning documentarian. We also have worked with the Thomes family out of right here near in Sweetwater County, 5th generation. We actually started with their grandmother and found out that the 12-year-old granddaughter was just the cutest thing ever. And so she's Taylor is Wyoming is in good hands when you see young people like Taylor out there. She's in our Modern Explorers campaign. Jess Oldham, he's a co-owner of the Wind River Wild Horse Sanctuary outside of Lander. And then in Pinedale, the owner of the Cowboy Distilling is Tim Trites. Unfortunately, you're not going to hear the sound. It's in the presentation that I gave to you, but there's a beautiful, it's a connected, it's our TV spot. And it really is the story of why these modern explorers came. We shot on location with Jimmy Chin outside of Lander. We were down in Sweetwater County with the at the ranch. We've been at the Wild Horse Sanctuary, been all around. So I encourage you to take a look at that. And Kyle, I'll have you click on it twice and see if there's any sound that miraculously appeared. But okay, let's just advance on to the next one then. Although it is beautiful and it's, I'm sorry that it's not displaying for you. That's, this is when we come here, we love our show and tell. And it's always really disappointing when the show and tell doesn't quite come together. But wanted to also give you just some other examples of how this Modern Explorers campaign would show up across a variety of outlets that we went through. Nothing to do with height, everything to do with heart. Maybe it's time to give your family some space. Some vacations go by in a blur. And these are just screenshots and examples of print and digital and social through Instagram, through, a variety of channels. And I encourage you through our industry site to go and take a look at some of these things. It's just really, I think any of us who love living in Wyoming and working here, we're proud to showcase some of our very finest assets. If you would go to the next slide, please. So then we're also monitoring how well is the campaign working while it's going, because the beauty of today's marketing is that you can adjust on the fly. And so if something isn't working against those set goals that we want to hit, that we know will actually convert travelers, then we need to make adjustments to optimize that. And that's what we are continually doing. And so on the summer campaign, and what you would see here is on the top left where it says the number of impressions, 189,786. That's been, that is where we are today of the total impressions, which is the lower one of the 205,000. 205,000 impressions is our goal, million. Thank you, Chairman Newsom. So math maybe not have been, my best in looking at the comments there. But the 205 million, that's the goal for the entire campaign as we go through. And so we're judging where we are. Are we hitting goal? Are we going to exceed goal? What do we need to do to optimize to really get to that goal? And then, so the impressions are people seeing it, right? You need to get Wyoming's message in front of consumers. And then the next thing you want is consumers to take a next action. Are they going to interact with what they see? Because then once they start interacting, they start to go deeper into that intent to travel funnel. And so then we're looking at clicks. How many clicks are they making? So within this most recent time frame, 844,659, and the total for the campaign is 910,000. We are almost there. We will by far exceed clicks by the time the campaign is over. And then the conversions are actually going deeper into that campaign, and you would see those down at the bottom. Are they signing up to get our email newsletter? Are they downloading the travel guide? Are they actually ordering the guide? And all of these are moving in the right direction as we're advancing forward. So we're continuing to measure. And then there are way beyond anything that you have here, that we just even going deeper and deeper and deeper into individual channels, individual ads. How are they performing? Do we need to pull this? Is this one working better? Are people watching videos to completion? So there's a variety of metrics that we're measuring, but these give us, and for you, a top line of how we're looking at how do ads resonate with consumers. Are consumers taking the actions we want? And then would it indicate a strong intent to travel? If you'd go to the next one for me, Kyle, please. Just wanted to give you an example of some of those partnerships. Again, it's important that we look at our partnerships and how can they help move that Wyoming message. We have a partnership with the Cowboy Channel, Spotify, Google, TripAdvisor, Condé Nast, Expedia Group, Outside Magazine. Condé Nast has, it's just a really, really great travel outlet for us. And they are interested in responsible travel. And so there's a series of articles and stories that are running into their wildlife sustainability issues.
Director Schober, can we stop for a question? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Schober, on that last slide, just out of curiosity, I think those are super good numbers. My question is, for a lot of our surrounding states, that's kind of who we're competing against, especially, being a northern Wyoming guy, it's Montana. Is there any sense that you get of how these numbers look for them? Do you guys ever compare notes as tourism offices, or what does that look like?
Madam
Director?
Chairman and Representative Wester, we not on the campaign metrics themselves. Those are essentially proprietary to you. We're very generous in our sharing, but we do at the end of every season, like in that ad effectiveness, those numbers that I showed you in the earlier part, that entire report also shows us where we are in a competitive position. One of the interesting things that's in there is anyone who if you didn't see the ads, Wyoming, from Texas to Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming was only ahead of Nebraska when people had not seen the ads. They were not that's how low Wyoming ranked in awareness. For those who saw the ads, Wyoming was only behind Colorado. So that's the difference. And and it's a little bit different without showing you the full context of the report, but that particular measure is really a strong indicator of how it changes. I mean, you have to have people aware of Wyoming in order to get to those kind of numbers that we just shared on campaign specific activity. Did that answer your question, Representative? Thank you.
Go ahead, Director.
And then just to finish up on this slide, so the Condé Nast one is a really strong, it also has a ranching content focus. They just ran a series on some dude ranches in Wyoming on Condé Nast. And so there's been the responsible travel, hidden gems of our state, and ranching has been the essence of the Condé Nast. And then under TripAdvisor, that's a cooperative program that we do where all of the destinations across Wyoming could buy in. So Evanston's Travel and Tourism Board could buy in, Visit Cheyenne, any of your destinations, your local lodging tax boards and promotion boards can participate in these co-ops. If you'd go to the next slide, please. One of the other partnerships that I'm super excited to talk about today is the partnership with Ford and the Ford Bronco. They're actually in the state right now on production. They started off in Lander. They had a big production meeting at Cowfish and took off from Lander. There are 3 teams, but Ford also has a lot of, through their Wild Foundation, a lot of the same value sets that resonate with Wyoming. And so it seemed like an opportunity to have a great partnership. Jimmy Chin, who we highlighted in the Modern Explorers, also has a partnership with Ford, and that really brought the marriage of all of these together. And so imagine having a platform as big and in bold as an American brand that sits at the heart of Americana as Ford to be with Wyoming. And so it's a road relay and on all, of course, approved trails and activities and everything. But there are 3 teams of influencers and travel bloggers who are high into these kinds of activities, but also have very wide audiences themselves that are out doing these road relays across Wyoming. And if you'll go to the next slide, you can see where the teams are going. I don't know that the colors show up as well as I would like, but we've got some that are going up into the Bighorns, some staying over here in the western part of the state, and then some even going down through the central into the south. So a wide variety of exposure to Wyoming. And I, by the time I'm back with you in the fall, hopefully have a chance to show you some finalizations in some of the outcomes of this, but it is taking place right now. And we'll have a wide distribution through Ford and through these other influencers who are on the teams. If you'd go to the next slide for me. And then another key component, rather than just paid media, that we focus on a lot is content development and furthering those stories of Wyomingites telling stories about Wyoming. Beth said, when people can envision themselves as, oh, I could be that person. I could do what that person is doing. And so we look at both long and short video formats. We've moved away from TikTok. We look at more segmented stories, like series of stories that may continue from one theme to the next across YouTube, Instagram Reels, and Facebook Watch. There's other ways in which we're amplifying it, but I don't know if you've seen any of the My First Rodeo series. We started those last year. There's one that we did with State Fair. We've done some other rodeos across the state. There's Howdy Neighbor, that started from actually a program that Sheridan Travel and Tourism started during the pandemic of my backyard, highlighting everything was right there within, a couple hour drive of Sheridan. And so the Howdy Neighbor, we've been down at Fossil Butte National Monument, Devil's Tower, they climbed Devil's Tower. And so there's been across the state. And we also use Howdy Neighbor a lot in our international marketing storytelling. And then some other reels for that. So that's content development. If you
Madam
would
Chair.
just go to the next slide. I see a question.
Yes, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As it pertains to content development, I noticed that you had mentioned moving away from TikTok. Is that just in light of the recent stuff going on, or is that just, it's not as effective as the other platforms?
Director?
Madam Chairman and Representative Larson, it was a directive through that came, we knew that the state had the directive, many states have that directive. It as a marketing platform was excellent. It contributed a high volume of leads. But you pivot and you switch, and as long as your competitors are forced to do the same thing, that makes it a little bit of less bitter pill to have to swallow. But we understood the reasoning behind it, and we wanted to be compliant with that directive. So did that answer your question? Thank you. Okay, so then if you'd go to the next slide that says black to yellow. So just wanted to give you a visual of how we're actually moving things and really capturing stories across the state of Wyoming. Many times, if you're looking at those big, bold ads that are out there on a national level, you're going to see those things that carry maybe more iconic destinations that really you have to differentiate Wyoming from these other areas. But as we get people to these more digging down, when a consumer clicks through to stories or other components, we're developing content in all 23 counties all across Wyoming. And I think I want to share this with you because it's especially important to all of you, because you represent constituents in a variety of places. And so if you look even, we have the state broken up just for the purpose of marketing and aggregating content. These are no hard or true routes. They're just they're named because of around iconic, from the Yellowstone to the Black Hills. But you can see across the whole northern tier of the state that there's a lot of work that we're doing, from press trips to some of our campaign work to website and social content. And then when we say production, that might even be where we shot some ads. And use those locations. If you'd go to the next slide, please, the park to park content. This is really Cheyenne up through the center part of the state. And you can see again through the dark blue press campaign and some examples of what we did with Yahoo Travel. And so there's a variety of content that was there. If you'd go to the next one, Rockies to Tetons, covering another segment of Wyoming, Frommers, some really good social content. One of the things that was a really good feature, I hope some of you saw it, was America's Best Small Towns. And Lander was a feature in that, just a really beautiful story. And then the Salt to Stone, we're down here in the Salt to Stone area, obviously from the Great Salt Lake and headed up to Yellowstone, another marketing area. But Fossil Butte has really garnered a lot of attention. We're getting ready to do another feature content story with Avred, the interpretive director at Fossil Butte National Monument, who's, if you haven't met him, he's a brilliant man and a great storyteller. And we've met him on a variety of occasions. And so those are some other features that will be coming up. But what you see here is all things that have already or are happening in this summer that we're in these locations, using these as ways to elevate all of our beautiful gems across Wyoming. And if you'd go to the next slide, please. I'm going to quickly go through these. I know I just have a few minutes left. So, will you advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. So as part of challenging work that happens, we see our responsibility is also to helping solve problems within our industry. And how can we be part of a solution to some of the workforce issues that our industry has faced? And certainly you all know Chris Brown very well, and he's spoken to you many times about workforce for our industry. And it was an issue before there was a pandemic. It became a greater issue. We've recovered to some degree, but we also want to really look at how do we inspire the joys of hospitality, and that these are not just another job. It can be a career, it can be a lifestyle. and that we can highlight the many values and attributes. So we've been working with a variety of partners. If you'll advance to the next slide, the goals of the campaign are to support the industry by addressing a workforce shortage, to create awareness of the potential of working in this industry, to elevate the perks and the variety of hospitality jobs, to build a future workforce by identifying the levels of educational opportunities, and to showcase how special it is to work and play in Wyoming. So the campaign started in February. It will run through July. We're probably going to extend it just a little bit for some additional fall work. We're targeting in-state, predominantly in-state, a little bit around the perimeters of Wyoming, but predominantly parents and students. So those of you that have, you know, high school related children, I'm looking at you, Senator Ellis, or I think she's almost there. She's getting there soon. And so as we start to look at students and their parents, where do they want to send them to school? What are career choices? You know, what do you want to do for your vocation? How could you consider this? We have the awareness and conversion tactics, much like the same before. This is predominantly done through video. It's all done through a digital media buy, but we are working with the Wyoming Press Association and the Cowboy State News Network radio to have a big broadcast throughout the state of Wyoming. And the budget for this is around $700,000. There's a radio spot that's embedded in this. I don't believe you'll be able to hear it. Will you click, just advance the button forward and it should play automatically if we can hear it. Okay, if you would advance to the next one. And then this is a beautiful digital story that really talks about working in Wyoming. We feature, there's a chef at Cowfish in Laramie. There's some other folks around Wyoming. Keeler, who does a day in the life of at Brooks Lake Lodge. You know, there's just some really beautiful content. So I would encourage you to go onto that link that I sent you and look at this gorgeous video. If you'd go to the next slide, please. So here you can see some of the ads that ran. And when you're on the video on the far, oh, can you go back one? Thank you. On the far right where it says a day in my life. And so Keeler is, he talks about how he wakes up and what he does. And he's a guest assistant. And he also works and helps with inventory in the retail shop. And talks about their food services and all the great things that there are at Brooks Lake Lodge. But then what is his backyard? And where does he go when he enjoys his free time? And it's just this beautiful, you know, Wyoming opportunity of outdoor recreation. Okay, thanks, Kyle. If you'd go on to the next one. And then if I don't know if you know Chris, but if you've eaten at Cowfish, you know Chris because you've had his food. And the thing about a restaurant is you're kind of like a spoke in the wheel. Everyone is working toward one goal, which is to make the best food possible. And there's, you know, he has a great story too that's featured on the industry site. We set up a landing page that has click-throughs to the university, to community colleges, to a jobs board, to the Worth Initiative, to workforce services for the state of Wyoming. And so what we were trying to do was engage people who would see this as, am I interested in an educational opportunity or am I interested in an actual employment opportunity? And so the campaign itself is going gangbusters. February through May, we're already at goal and have not even spent our full budget. And so, you know, we're really looking at how we can push that envelope a little bit further. But even just in the last month, the direct click-throughs for educational opportunities were 306. And for finding a job just in that month was 4,295. And our hope is to continue to evolve it, working with the WHIP initiative through Governor Gordon's initiatives, working with the University of Wyoming. There's a hospitality minor there through the Worth School and the Hobbs School. You can get an outdoor recreation tourism management degree. There are several programs at community colleges. Certainly Central Wyoming College in Riverton has a robust, at their Jackson campus, a robust campaign there. So, or excuse me, educational opportunity there. So our goal is just to continue to create awareness and to drive that. And to support and then to work with partners so that we're assuring that we're not being duplicative, redundant, and that we can really optimize that messaging. And then I'm just going to quickly go through the last part of this on elevating our partners. If you'd click to the next one. We have click-throughs for throughout our site on a variety of pages. Outfitters and Guides Association, Wyoming Game and Fish, State Park. Since January 1st through last week, there have been over 7,000 click-throughs. Can you go to the next one for me? One more? Oh, back one. There. So this is just us, talking about the click-throughs to our partners. Thank you for helping me. Both chairmen are helping me stay on with this slide presentation. If you'd go to the next one, Kyle, it'd be good. We go to this one. So there are a variety of ways that partners can join us in marketing. And what the saying is when you create a co-op opportunity, you can go places together where you cannot afford to go on your own. And so, for example, looking at the Sweetwater County Travel and Tourism Board, they don't have the budget to go to all of the places that they would like to go. And so through the Office of Tourism, we're buying down rate. We're also putting that under the umbrella of the Wyoming brand. And so then a local lodging tax board can buy into that at a lower rate, but get that same kind of high level exposure and visibility. So we have our travel guide, which is a highly utilized piece. There's an online version with a lot of digital downloads. We have a program called Destination Optimization. People can go in and have all of your website and all of your online stuff reviewed so that you can get the proper keywords so that that you're always showing up on your clicks. We have other marketing programs through digital, through summer, through just a variety of ways. And how we usually determine what is best is we listen to the local lodging tax boards and say, where are your gaps? What are the things that you need? What's working well for you? What isn't? And then we also look at some national research about opportunities. And then that's what we determine. We can't do all of the co-ops that we would like to do, but we try to define a finite number. And we spend about $700,000 a year on supporting marketing and advertising co-ops. If you would go to the next slide, Kyle. Again, just another visualization for you to see in work that we're doing around destination development. When I was in that slide at the very beginning, I mentioned that there was 5 million when we were able to advance our budget to a higher level. 5 million went into destination development. Every lodging tax board in the state of Wyoming was eligible for anywhere from $30,000 to $300,000 a year for destination development, things that they would not be doing normally with their own lodging tax dollars, wayfinding signage. Maybe they need to invest in a website that they hadn't done before. And then we also have a team working with them on proposed projects. Of that 5 million in all of the lodging tax boards, there's only 2 who have not accessed their grant funds this year. One is Weston County, and that's because one of the requirements is that you have to finish a YBEST, which is a strategic planning program. And they just haven't had a chance to get that on their calendar yet, but their intent is to do so. And then Cokeville, which Cokeville did not take advantage of CARES funds. But we also understand when you're a small town like that, the mayor is the city engineer, is also running the chamber, and he's doing a lot of different things. But statewide, every other community, all of your communities have taken advantage of the destination development program. If you would go to the next slide for me, please, Kyle. Also back big and moving strongly is international trade. International Roundup is a big sales and marketplace, and it rotates among 5 states that we're in a cooperative together. Next year will be Wyoming's turn, and we'll have that in Casper, Wyoming. We were supposed to have IRU in Casper in 2020. We know what happened in 2020, but the timing will be ideal for Casper in 24 because international travel is inbound, is really coming back and should be back to some pre-pandemic levels for inbound travel. Also in domestic travel, we're looking and incentivizing tour operators to add more routes. We actually worked with Western Leisure out of Salt Lake City to add a route up the eastern side of the state, which they did, and added 4 additional room nights in Wyoming. And they had 3 departure dates last year. I think they're looking at 5 or 6 this year. So just working hard to make sure that we're moving things around. And then if you'll go to the next page, just highlighting some of the things. And will you click through one more on that for me, Kyle? So it'll show the second half. So through wildlife content, through responsible travel content, through where do you want to recreate. You can click through to Game and Fish. You can click through to the Outfitters and Guides. We refer to Outfitters and Guides as our wilderness concierge, really helping people get in to that. In the last 90 days, we've had over 5,000 clicks into those two sites between the Outfitters and Guides and Game and Fish. You can buy a fishing license by clicking through there. If you're interested in hunting, you can then go through and get your hunting license, apply for that. And then also the Wonder Map. And I know Dave and our friends, Patrick, our friends from State Parks and the Outdoor Recreation Office, this was an initiative that they started. They got the funding for it. We decided to team up together, that it would be because the travelwyoming.com has so much marketing dollars to push eyeballs to the site, that this would be the most appropriate place for the Wonder Map in order to get consumers there. And so, and in the last year, on this particular map, they've had 15,208 click-throughs to use the Wonder Map for us. And then if you just go to the next slide, this is my team. This is during Travel and Tourism Week. We were at the Capitol to get the proclamation signed to recognize Travel and Tourism Week. And none of them are here with me today, but I wanted to acknowledge that there's a real hardworking team behind me that are really doing the heavy lift on the work that I've shared with you today, along with our partners across the state. And so I'm happy to answer any questions, but Madam Chairman and Co-Chairman Newsom, thank you for the time to be able to share with you the work that we're doing, and we look forward to sharing more.
Thank you so much, Director. Questions for Director Schober? They're quiet. I've got a couple. One of them, I was really interested in when you talked about your marketing and campaigns and whatnot, the press trips. What are those exactly? What are press trips?
Madam Chairman, we invest in bringing journalists from maybe the New York Times or Fox News. Fox Nation actually did a series last year in Wyoming. They're coming back this year. They want to do the women's antelope hunt as a feature story. And so the Office of Tourism pays for that to get them here. Partners usually help provide lodging in the local communities. But those are a variety of things that we're using for press trips. We also have a lot of international press writers. Those are all vetted. Everybody is vetted that they have a legitimate outlet. Everyone's a content creator. And so you have to make sure that they have legitimate outlets and sources. Otherwise, it's not of value to us if we're not going to actually have a story that's produced. But there's a wide variety of, we've had from Forbes and big name outlets, as well as independents that are freelance writers that are contributors to, maybe an outlet in Dallas or in Chicago.
I have a follow-up question if no one else has one. And this is interesting. Just in the last month or so, I run into two different tourists, one at a gas station, one here in town at a restaurant. One of them, they had brought their horses. They were going to go on a trail ride, and I can't remember exactly where they were headed, but they said, we really want to find a rancher or somebody that we can go and actually herd cattle, like a cattle drive. And I said, oh, I thought maybe they'd seen the big shindig that the Speaker of the House had on 60 Minutes with his cattle drive. And they said, who do we talk to? And I said, of course, by the time they came around, most of the folks had already moved their cattle. And so I just wondered, with this Modern Explorers campaign, is there any way we could tag onto that and try to have a link or something to maybe ranchers that might be interested in allowing people to actually do ride, not just, tourists that are just random, but
Madam Chairman, we do on the Wonder Map, and I'm going to look back to Patrick and to Dave, but I know we have the horse hotels, right? And those things that are in that Wonder Map, and some other places where you can actually board your horses. I am not personally aware of any ranch that allows you to bring your own horse and participate, but there could be. A lot of ranchers are like, this is our workplace and it's not easy to bring in others. But there are ranches where you actually do cattle drives, like Double Rafter up in Representative Western's neck of the wood. They're outside of Parkman, Wyoming. It's a century-old ranch, the Kearns family, and they move their cattle up onto the mountain, and then they bring them back down, and they do 3 cattle drives a year as they're moving cattle. And Dana Kearns and his wife, known them forever, just a good family, but they really love experienced riders, but they take rookies as well. But you have to be ready to ride. You ride every day for 8 hours a day, and you're in a camp as you're going. But there are a few of those kinds of experiences.
Great information. And I did see the video, the Modern Explorers video, and it was great. It was awesome. So
Good. I'm glad
question?
you saw it.
Senator Guru, I think, has a question. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Diane.
Morning.
Just a couple of questions. Maybe you can contrast for me before the law change and your budget change, and talking about, how much Wyoming spent on tourism spending or the other states, what you've been able to do. I look back on your presentation, you talk about drilling down. So I take that to mean you're able to, with your budget increase, be able to kind of do more on the rest of Wyoming instead of just hitting what we consider the highlights. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Director.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and Senator Guru. Thank you for the question. In the slide that showed the content development of where we were, I mean, that really is the opportunity. When you have additional funds, a part of that 8.8 million that said marketing and messaging, part of the messaging should maybe almost be the first word as messaging and then marketing, because you have to develop these stories. And a lot of the rich stories about Wyoming people and Wyoming characters, are found in a lot of off the beaten path places, which Wyoming is really off the beaten path almost everywhere. But it does allow us to go in and build out more content and to broaden that, because when you have a limited budget before, you might be able to produce 2 video spots that you run as TV spots and video content. When you have an additional budget, you can go deeper, produce more. And the beauty of it is they don't just sit on our website, but they're used as part of that advertising campaign. And so depending on where a site may be, if it's could be about horses, maybe the click-through is to the Wild Horse Sanctuary in Lander. It could be about on, a farm to fork and food production, could go into one of those ranching outlets and so it really has afforded us an opportunity to do more. And then through the series of not just the traditional Modern Explorers campaign, but then the Howdy Neighbor and the My First Rodeo and these other thematic storytelling pillars, is we're able to build more out. And so out of the 4.4 million, I'll have to get you the exact number, but I think we doubled our production budget just to be able to go out and shoot. And we are using Wyoming-based companies to shoot a lot of these content stories. We have a national ad agency, but we also have an in-state ad agency, and we are using them for a variety of these in-state production shoots. Did that answer your question,
Yes.
Senator?
Follow up.
Ahead.
And then just a feedback just for you and just going down memory lane. I know you remember, as I do too, for years on this committee and on another committee, we always seem to see each other on joint appropriations. Some of the members were always talking about, you talked about the spend, what we're spending on advertising, what we're spending on digital content, and invariably someone during that talk would type up Wyoming travel and say, well, gosh, I didn't see Wyoming come up, 40 spots that other things came up. I just did it this morning. Good news is you came up 3rd. Not bad. Bad news, Montana came up 1st, but Wyoming was 2nd and 3rd. So it seems like the investment's starting to pay off more, that we are actually getting that. And it's not sponsored, there's sponsored content, but just click content and sponsored content. So that seems to be working better.
Madam Chairman and Senator Gru, I'm so happy that you brought that up, because it is, you can pay to be elevated. That takes a lot of money too. Competitors are doing it. And then over time, then that's your search marketing, that's your paid dollars. Your search engine optimization is your organic growth and development. And that comes simply by use. That is more and more use, more visibility, more clicking through. That is really a result of paid being up, but really creating ways and diversifying content to reach a broader audience that can resonate. And so the fact that the organic came up much higher it is a huge accomplishment. And when we talked about some of the cooperative programs that we offer to our local lodging tax boards, we offer a search engine optimization co-op so that our local entities can work to build up that organic visibility because that really has a great return for the very reasons that the senator just demonstrated.
Other questions for the director? Yes, go ahead, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Director Schober.
That's correct.
I really appreciate how much effort is being put into bolstering our hospitality industry. My question is, what are the age ranges of the people that are clicking on the links to explore those career fields? And is there any emphasis being put on the need for management within the hospitality industry in general?
Director?
Madam Chairman and Representative Singh, thank you. I don't have the age range of the click-throughs. That's not part of the information that comes through. But if they're clicking through on education, I'm going to guess that it's either a parent or a student that's of that age range that would, be relevant. On the management side of the equation of workforce, our industry fought long and hard for the university to engage and have a program that would represent this industry, as the university represents Wyoming. There had been, and again, I'll defer to some of this. I'm sure he'll offer up some comments. Chris Brown with the Wyoming Hospitality and Travel Coalition. But there have been some training programs, even starting at the high school level through the Pro Start program. That's a vocational program. And it's culinary and management. And so there are a couple of tracks there. So we're starting with that program. There are programs at community colleges. And I know that Casper College, CWC, Sheridan College is kicking theirs back up. There are several of the colleges, the community colleges that have this program. And then the University of Wyoming, 5 years ago, it's been 5 years this summer, launched the Outdoor Recreation Tourism Management degree program. And within that program, you could get a hospitality management degree. We just met with the university on Friday, and currently within the ORTM, the Outdoor Recreation Tourism Management degree program, there are 87 students in that program at the University of Wyoming, and in the hospitality specific segment there, and they just launched it last year. There are already 12 students who've declared that. And so it's pretty good metrics in terms of where the university is doing. And the programs are also geared to ladder up from community colleges. So you could get an associate's degree, but if you want to go up, your program ladder is immediately up into that 4-year degree. So there are a lot of management programs for students to churn out of our educational institutions, community colleges, the university, a trained workforce, but they are also going out and doing business training. They're doing some hospitality management program training. Dan Worth, who's the director of the Worth Project, another acronym, Worth stands for Wyoming Outdoor Recreation, Tourism and Hospitality. It's an initiative at the university. They've been working with different businesses individually on a variety of training for employees. And so it's not a one-stop answer. It's an evolution. It is still and will probably always remain a need, but we're working to address it, in steps and accomplishing and chipping away at the goal.
Okay, Representative Western.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Schober, for some of those folks that are coming out with that hospitality management degree that we have, do we have any data on what their salaries are for those entry-level jobs that they're getting out of college?
Director.
So, Madam Chairman and Representative Western, I don't know that there's been placement yet, but I can tell you, and I asked if I could share this. I was speaking to one of my board members on Friday as I was driving across the great state of Wyoming and beautiful greenery everywhere. And we were talking about workforce and we were talking about challenges and solutions. And they are offering for a starting salary for a manager at one of their old Chicago restaurants, $100,000 as a starting salary as a restaurant manager, plus you get incentive benefits based on sales. That is a decent salary. So I think, that just as a real-time salary, and they're looking at maybe only 2 years of experience, with that. And he said it just depends. And so and other places, they're starting at in the 70s. And the great thing about it is most of them will offer some kind of sales incentive. If you're working in hotel sales, you get an incentive. Almost everywhere in the hospitality industry, if you're in any kind of management, you're getting your base salary plus a sales incentive.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you so much. It's great information. Are you sticking around to tag team with Sarah and?
Yes,
Dr.
I am,
Caldwell?
Madam Chairman. I'm sticking around through all morning long.
Oh,
So,
great,
and I
great.
think,
We'll go ahead then,
yeah.
and if you're ready, we'll turn it over to Sarah, and I think there's somebody from the community college that's
did
going to be
Ben-
here also.
So he must not have
No?
made it.
Okay, it's just going to be you and Sarah then.
Sarah and I, but we've tag team before, so.
Okay, just noticed one of our representatives here in Evanston, Representative Berger, just rolled in, and he's going to keep an eye on us, so look out. Anyway, welcome, Representative.
Madam Chairman.
Yes. Yes.
We have been from the Wyoming Community College online, so I'll go
Okay.
ahead and admit
Oh,
him.
good.
Great, great. We'll just bring them in when you guys are ready to do that. So, okay, go ahead.
So, Madam Chairman, Sarah and I are Diane Schober, Wyoming Office of Tourism.
I'm Sarah Sheen. I'm the Deputy Director for Cultural Resources in State Parks and Cultural Resources.
So can you pull
Get a
yours
little
up a little
closer.
closer?
Yeah.
So Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I'm going to just start with a quick assessment of where we were based on the request to have this come before you and what we had requested during interim topic review. And then we, from that, we had a conference call between community colleges, Dr. Caldwell, Sarah, some members of her team. And we decided that the best way to break this down was to present a project brief for you. There will then be some supplemental information from an educational sector, from the arts community, and then the Office of Tourism, without necessarily a specific ask. But there, as you know, from your past work over the past interims, that there's a great deal of interest from a lot of folks in the industry out there around film. And when we had visited with you at the end of the session, our request was, could we review how to build an industry around film in Wyoming? And less focused on just the film incentive that could be an outcome, but on the industry as a whole. And so we submitted to you a handout. I think you have it in your materials. That's a project brief, and it proposes the collective strategy from the 3 entities that I mentioned for building a robust economy centered around film. Representatives from state parks, cultural resources, community colleges, the Office of Tourism, and then we've also sought a variety of input from others too. The assessment of the current state, we thought that was important for you to understand where we are currently, is to offer a review of the educational opportunities offered by community colleges, the University of Wyoming, that focus on film and related disciplines, and the community college will go through that. Arts and humanities, examine the accessibility of grant programs available. Sarah's here. I also know that Sean Reese with the Humanities Council is here today. And then suppliers and production inventory, which is maintained by the Wyoming Office of Tourism. And then just baseline film activity of what is currently taking place. And that's also monitored by the Wyoming Office of Tourism, as well as contributions from that working group, that industry working group that you all met over the last year. For this presentation today, what we wanted to do is just share with you the assessment of some of these very baseline things. And then once having done so, at your direction and working with you, how do we want to, if at all, build upon those, the baselines and the foundation? Now, certainly doesn't require legislation or us being told to build on these things and work together. But there may be opportunities that you all would want to pursue specific to this. And And really that is education and workforce. Those would be one of the pillars, funding and granting, and then rethink the positioning and the strategic focus of the Wyoming Film Office to give the best leverage as possible for this. And so that's the brief. And with that, I would then turn it over to the community college for their conversation around the educational component at your discretion, Chairman
Sure.
Schuler, of course.
And I'm not sure who we have online. I don't think it's Dr. Caldwell, but
Ben from the community college.
okay,
He's
go
there.
ahead and bring him in. Oh, he's already there. Welcome. Glad to hear from you, Ben. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Ben Moritz, Deputy Director of the Community College Commission. I'm standing in for, or sitting in for Dr. Caldwell today. And I'm sorry I couldn't get out to Evanston today, but thank you for inviting us to the discussion. I provided a brief to the committee through the LSO with some overviews of the current workforce training opportunities at the community colleges in relation to the film industry. I won't read the whole thing to you, but at the highest level, there are a lot of different specific areas for training that are relevant to film. And it goes from things as very specific as film editing, screenplay writing, those types of things, to things that you might not think of as being really necessary for film industry, such as construction or culinary or craft services or those types of things. So the community colleges have been working on these and have offered a variety of these programs for quite some time. Right now, only Central Wyoming College has a very specific film studies degree program. It has both an Associate of Arts and an Associate of Applied Science. The Associate of Applied Science is a terminal degree, meaning that at the graduation, students are expected that they can then go out and find work. The Associate of Arts degree is a transfer degree, so they would generally go on to a 4-year. Right now, University of Wyoming, at the last time we checked, does not have a specific film studies program that would transfer to. I've heard discussions that may be underway. I talked with faculty at several of the different colleges that offer these programs. And typically students who complete that AA of film studies tend to head off to, perhaps not surprisingly, Southern California, where there are a lot of colleges that do have those film studies programs. But some of the other areas that the community colleges excel in are things like sound editing, computer science, software development, and working with computer assisted graphics and those types of things. Those are other areas. And then when asked where the most graduates of the community colleges that go into film, what areas they're in, one of the surprising answers that I received was accounting. So that's another area that you might not think of as being really specific to that film industry, but is highly relevant. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. The document that I sent has a good overview, but I'm happy to answer any questions or take any suggestions, or if you'd like to see additional information or research done, we're at your disposal.
Any questions for Dr. Moritz? I just have one. So as far as you're aware of, Central Wyoming College is the only college that offers anything that is a film study of any kind. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. Northwest College did offer a program. They had to close that around the pandemic during budget cuts and things like that. The numbers were just a bit too small. Typically, those programs, if to be a true Associate of Film Studies program, it has to encompass enough different areas that you do need quite a bit of technical expertise, which means faculty, and you also need to have a lot of the capital expenditures, the equipment and things like that. And the colleges are very careful not to duplicate efforts if there's not enough to go around, we need to kind of concentrate on those areas that can be. So yes, they're the only ones currently offering it. But I know that there are several other colleges, Casper College for one, Northwest College for another, who do have faculty expertise. And if there were a situation that called for an expansion and development of those, I think they would probably be first to those conversations.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Ritz? Okay. Thank you so much for the information. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, sir, I think you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So sorry, I didn't have the mic very close last time, but my name is Sarah Sheen. I'm the Deputy Director for Cultural Resources Division in State Parks and Cultural Resources. And I'm just going to kind of quickly talk about what the Arts Council in particular has to offer. Of course, the film industry is something that is part of the creative economy, which is something we focus on in the Arts Council. And we currently don't have any staff or programs that are particularly focused on the film industry currently. But I think there's two main areas that the Arts Council can provide resources for the film industry in Wyoming: creative economy and education. The Wyoming Arts Council could expand current partnerships in arts education, and we could further designate staff roles to support the growth and development of filmmaking and related arts-based fields like sound design and theater arts. And then the Arts Council can grow services for communities and individual artists through professional grant development and other grant opportunities. So just to give you a kind of example of some of the grant opportunities that would be available through us, we can provide funding for attending trainings, workshops, or professional conferences, obtaining professional certifications, equipment purchases, websites and other media creation or updates, project support, hiring consultants. And then, of course, we have ongoing partnerships with the Department of Education already, and we could certainly expand that. And we work with the community colleges and could expand just making sure that we're channeling the resources the appropriate way through a staff member to make sure that they're available and readily known to students and others in Wyoming that are interested in that as a career field.
Questions for Sarah? I appreciate that. I think that's important that we're kind of helping each other out, and just like all the co-ops that Diane talked about earlier, I think that's where we need to be with this. No other comments? No? Okay, great. Diane, okay, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And then there was a third piece that was handed out with that brief that focuses on where the film office currently sits is in the Wyoming Office of Tourism, although we don't have a full-time staff person dedicated to it. Just, the bandwidth and the production requirements don't necessarily align for a full-time person. But I did want you to know that the filmwyoming.com is a site that is maintained and funded through the Wyoming Office of Tourism, just out of our operating budget. It has a supplier catalog in it. There are currently 41 location resources that are available. So if someone were looking at Wyoming as a place, as a possible film location, there are location resources there, from scouts to other types of services. Within that, there are also 115 production resources, which could mean companies that could build sets, videographers, additional crew. And then there's also a section on permitting and regulations. That's probably where our office is required the most right now, is if a production company wants to do filming on federal lands and or state lands, we can help them get in touch with the right folks and provide additional assistance. Also, I wanted to call out Visit Casper and the Park County Travel Council also have work around this where they're highlighting some of their local entities to support the film. In Visit Casper, there are 96 location resources in there. They have a software program called Real Scout, and they have 126 production resources. And then in Park County, 39 location resources, 18 production resources, and they also offer scouting resources. I can tell you that the state film office one has not been updated in a couple of years. And we've been in contact with Worth about having a student project to get that updated so that the state program is current and fully reflective of everything that's here. I also wanted then to just give you a baseline of film activities. And these are only activities that are coming through our office. Certainly that's not the comprehensive landscape of all film activity in Wyoming. In 2020, we had 166 inquiries, 21, 99, and in 22, 68 inquiries. So the inquiries have gone down, but if you don't have something that's an incentive or a strong workforce or some of these other things that we're talking about that are gaps, you know, it's the word is out there, and production companies, and certainly in big productions, are not going to really seek Wyoming until there's a change in how the support could enable those kinds of activities. But I don't want to ignore the level of activity that is taking place. There's a lot of people who are making a living in this industry in Wyoming and who are working really hard at it at a smaller scale level. The question that I certainly have had in conversations, and we all had amongst the three of us and with the industry, is where's the appropriate positioning for someone to own film? So you have sort of these disparate pieces of information and assistance. And is it to really leverage it the way other states have? You know, who owns it and who takes it and champions it forward? Otherwise, you get bits and pieces. And so Kelly Estes, who is on contract as a commissioner for Visit Casper, provided us with the following. He did an assessment of all of the film offices. Most of them have agency oversight within commerce or economic development, because it's about business development and workforce development predominantly. There are 7 that are within the tourism office itself. There are 13 that sit just as a program within the governor's office, and then 14 that have some other variation. Some of them are an association that's a little bit quasi-government, but not really. And so I just wanted to share that with you, because part of our conversation too is how can we do the best work around this as state agencies, and what do we need to look at? And I think maybe even rethinking not just the focus, the strategic focus, but then where does this sit to give it the best lift to really move forward, if that's something that you're interested in considering. And so with that, Madam Chairman, we wanted to present you with information, and hopefully that helps give you a little bit more as you would decide as policymakers if you want to move forward and do something more around film.
Okay, thank you so much. Questions for either the director? Oh, go ahead. Did you? Oh, no, he's just scratching his. Okay, maybe Representative Storer, do you have a question? I see hands going up and then they're down, so
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Madam Chairman. Thank you, Director Schober. It occurred to me when I was reading through the materials that the film is so much a part of what digital media storytelling is all about. No matter, so when we think about film, it's not just traditional filmmaking. It is part of what almost any aspect of communications is. And I just wondered whether you guys had thought through that and what that looks like in the state of Wyoming and elsewhere as well. Thank you.
Director or Sarah, either one.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, and Representative Storer, it is true. In fact, even one of the conversation was around manufacturing, and how even it doesn't matter what industry you're in, you're using some kind of digital technology, video, as a way to tell your story about who you are. And that's why we even looked at where's the appropriate place for it, because in tourism, we're looking mostly at like, films and that story, those kinds of stories. But there are a variety of other needs around the film industry. A lot of the base work that's happening is happening in a variety of different ways. I know that even in the handout that comes to you from the community colleges, under their last bullet, computer science and game design, computer generated imagery, digital animation, post-production work requires strong computer-based background, and all colleges offer degrees in computer science, software development, game design. And so there is, I mean, they're touching on these pieces that sometimes when you create new things, you have to cobble them together. from a variety of pieces. And I think your point is well taken on that. But has we done anything specific to dig into it, to explore it further? The answer is no. The Office of Tourism has not.
Any other questions? Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Director Schober. And I appreciate the discussion about community college. And for those of you who didn't live through the years where we passed computer science as a requirement in K through 12, what a heavy lift. And you see school districts that fought, there's some that fought it tooth and nail. And my kids are all in public school, so I think we're starting to see it more viewed as an elective, not necessarily a requirement, which is unfortunate. So I just want to make that comment, but I've also lived through the years of us working on this film incentive, and I want to thank everyone for the years and, all the voluntary time that went into coming up with the tiered system that we looked at. So I guess my question though is, during the work sessions that went into the film incentive, was there an opportunity or was there any discussion or thought about local control for it? So maybe we don't set up a state program, but since local, counties can set up their own lodging tax, and they gauge their interest in whether or not communities want to, impose additional lodging taxes for their visitors. Would it make sense from a financial perspective to somehow craft that in a way that would be a film incentive that a particular county could offer? So that maybe Laramie County doesn't want it, but Teton County does, and I'm just making those up. But to any of the counties that have lodging tax, I'm just wondering if that even makes sense, or if I'm just looking for a way forward. I don't know that that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Director.
Madam Chairman and Senator Ellis, I wish I had the answer for it too. But I do think what you see here from what Visit Casper and Cody are doing, they're already taking steps to be self-sufficient, to garner this as an opportunity. What happens is I think in the bigger scheme for bigger productions that can have broader impacts, they are looking at maybe multiple locations, or they may scout multiple locations, and therefore the state probably does have a role to some degree in fostering that. I don't know that it sits with the Office of Tourism. It has, and we're certainly, we're still going to continue doing what we're doing. We're not going to give that up. We need to update, like I said, the production stuff, but there's no marketing, there's no marketing behind Wyoming as a location, because if you don't have an incentive, the people that you want to draw 99% of them will go away. And so, but maybe even, as you look at how do we build up these other things, and are we already doing it? I mean, the WHIP initiative and the work around that even came out of Endow with the creative economy. I know, Sarah, you've spent so much time on that. Maybe there's probably others here in the audience who could speak to this a lot better than I can as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I have necessarily anything to add to that. I just think that, and I don't know that it makes sense for a program to live at the state either, and maybe the counties do make more sense. I think what we can offer at the Arts Council is to be a coordinator or conduit of resources for folks, right? And a funding source for people to find ways to get people training, ways to get people professional development. I think for that, but we'd certainly be able to work with counties in that capacity as well.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate all the information from both of you. Thanks. With that, I think we'll open it up for some public comment on this topic or these topics. Welcome. Even though a lot of us know you, we probably still the public would like to hear who you are, who you represent.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman Newsom, and members of the committee. Chris Brown, representing the Wyoming Hospitality and Travel Coalition. I really just planned on giving a few brief comments as it relates to the film initiative, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has, of course. Madam Chairwoman, I think that some of you all share the significant disappointment that we shared when 2 previous interims worth of work went into a solid committee bill to advance the film incentive that unfortunately ultimately died on the vine, so to speak. And so I testified significantly over the previous 2 interims to that issue. I won't repeat most of my comments, but I wanted to bring two relevant recent pieces of information to the discussion. The first is that the Texas legislature, in a bipartisan effort, just increased their film incentive investment from $45 million per biennium to $200 million per biennium. And I believe that's awaiting Governor Abbott's signature right now. And they did that because since that film office's creation in 2009, they've realized $2 billion worth of spend in their state, and they've employed 183,000 across the state. And so as that information has come out very recently, I thought it was relevant to this discussion. The other is that since this past general session has concluded, I have received more calls from the industry. And by industry, I don't just mean from the film guys. I mean from restaurants, lodging properties, and destination marketing organizations around the state asking me, Chris, this film is considering filming here. They've reached out to us. Is there any way that bill is going to move forward right now? Unfortunately, I think the constraints of a budget session probably prohibit that moving forward. But I think, we remain committed to the idea of two things. Number one, films that depict the authenticity of Wyoming should be filmed here in Wyoming. And number two, there is real economic diversification as it relates to building out a film incentive. We have a lot of talks with the legislature as to how we diversify our economy. And I believe that this is one of them that we've talked a lot about. We just haven't found that pathway forward yet. I believe it's an important one. And I really only wanted to speak to and thank you all for all your work the past several interims and to encourage continued dialogue. Senator Ellis, I'm not sure if shifting it to the locals would be the right way to go, but we certainly will discuss that at our next board meeting. There has to be a pathway forward for us to get this done. And we remain committed to working on that. And so, Chairwoman, thank you for the time, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Chris? Okay, thank you so much, Chris. Oh, there is one way down there. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Brown. I was just asking Director Schober, we have a lot of new members of the TRW committee here. And just in terms of the data for the film rebate program that did exist previously, it'd be great if you guys could share that information with us so that we could have a better understanding of what those economic drivers have been in the past. Go ahead.
Chairwoman and Representative Storer would certainly be happy to email that information to the committee for sure. Absolutely. Did you mean for me to go through all that right now?
No,
Okay.
just to share it with us.
I want to be conscious of everyone's time.
That's all right.
Chairwoman, I just realized I wanted to respond to a question that Representative Western had earlier, if I can just have 30 more
Sure,
seconds.
go ahead.
I think when we talk about salaries and opportunities within the hospitality industry, the numbers that Director Schober gave are real. There is absolutely significant opportunity within the hospitality industry to build a career. I was studying something completely different when I pivoted and followed a career in the hospitality industry. And for some of you that don't know me, I worked 20 years in the restaurant industry before being in my current role. And that was I was a business owner in Cheyenne that ran my own restaurant and was able to build a great life from that. I think the entry level positions in hospitality and tourism are critically important also. Many people across the country had their first job in a restaurant, and the wages right now, the market and the needs for workforce dictate wage. My son turned 16 last summer and got his first job at a restaurant in town. They started him at $14 an hour, and when he stayed there for 30 days, they bumped him up to $14.50. So not only are there great career opportunities within our industry, there's great first job opportunities and everything in between. The hospitality industry is proud to be the state's largest private sector employer with more than 30,000 full and part-time employees across the state. And so I just wanted to respond to your question, Representative. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Representative Berger, would you like to give some testimony?
Absolutely. Thank you. I'm Representative Ryan Berger. I live here in Evanston, Wyoming, 60 Wasky Drive. Madam Chairman, it's great to have you. Madam Vice Chair, thank you for being here. Members of the community, welcome to Evanston. Something I do want to say about this film industry. My grandfather worked on sets, and we're from Teton County, by the way, worked on sets in the summer when he was a child on John Wayne's sets, and then became an extra. My own father worked as a child on many sets up in Jackson during the old series called The Monroes. And all of you might know that Teton County was host to the movie Shane. Dad worked on those, and being a first-time job for a kid back then, his parents made him save his money, and that's what got him to college. Went to Weber State and graduated from there, and that's back in the late 60s. And it was amazing. And when I was a kid, I got to experience those set buildings. And I was a kid, it was back any which way you can, or any which way but loose, with the Right Turn Clyde from Clint Eastwood. He was there. We got to see him, and we had many cousins from Utah come up and watch the filmmaking. I remember those days. And I do agree with, if we're going to depict Wyoming, it should be filmed in Wyoming. I think that's something that's very important to not only, well, to the people of Wyoming. And my grandpa loved those film sets back in the day, and really got to know John Wayne real well. So later in his career, they ended up meeting a few times for breakfast and lunch, and when they were in went down south to Phoenix. So anyways, that did help my family. I do know that got me where I'm at today. I didn't work in that industry, but I have family, really close ties to that did that. So thank you for letting me speak, and thanks, everyone.
Any questions for Representative Berger? Go ahead and stay for just a second, Representative. I think there's a question for Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Representative Berger, and really anyone else who had previously spoken. My question is, how has access, or the lack thereof, to air travel affected opportunities for the film industry in Wyoming?
Representative.
That's a great question, and I think it has, but I don't know that answer for sure. But I think to Teton County and flying in those areas are fine. But around the Southwest Wyoming is a little harder. But one advantage we have right here in Southwest Wyoming in Evanston is we're very close to an international airport. And if you talk about our own airport, let's talk about Salt Lake City during the Olympics. A lot of the big networks access Evanston's airport. So there is some opportunities to access air travel in Wyoming, and we can do a better job at making sure those opportunities are there.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning.
I think we're good. Representative, thank you for your testimony.
My name is Andrew Schneider. I'm the Director of Operations with Wyoming Arts Alliance, and you're going to hear from me later this afternoon. So I'll make this very, very quick. I am also part owner of a cinema and 2 production companies in a state to the south of here. When I saw the film incentive that's been developed, and especially that smaller tier, the tier 2, it's really exciting. And the opportunity and all of the volunteer work in the industry here that's come together is great. I really appreciate any thoughts you have about moving that forward. I like the idea of local control and being able to manage where that film happens. And then putting my Arts Alliance hat back on, really enthusiastic about the involvement of the Arts Council and the community colleges in this conversation. We know from studies that if we don't have the workforce, that's a big barrier to actually bringing in those big film productions here. So getting the workforce developed is real exciting, and happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Schneider? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We look forward to hearing from you later. Any others? Well, thank you. Come on up and introduce yourself.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Sean Reese. I'm with the Wyoming Humanities Council. I want to thank you for keeping this conversation alive. I know it's very complicated and there's a supply and demand side of it. And I'm particularly happy that we're now talking more on the supply side, who is the workforce, who can do the pre and post production and the other services necessary to attract this industry. I would like to remind you of another aspect of the value of film in Wyoming and another component of the workforce. And that is that with film, through documentaries, we have an excellent opportunity to tell Wyoming stories. And the storytellers are part of this community. The historians, the creative writers, even the anthropologists, archaeologists, they're all through film able to tell Wyoming-based stories to the world. We've been very fortunate to work with many Wyoming-based documentary companies who have produced internationally recognized productions. For instance, Caldera Productions out of Lander, their film Home from School, The Children of Carlisle, about the repatriated remains of 3 Northern Arapaho boys back to Wind River. Burning Torch Productions, which has ties to Rock Springs, Wyoming, produced a beautiful film called Dear Sir, about a grandfather who served in World War II, who never talked to his family about his experiences as a prisoner of war in the European theater. And Mr. Pedri from Rock Springs told that story by riding his bike throughout Europe and imagining where his grandfather was. Wild Excellent Films out of Jackson has produced a beautiful documentary about the science and culture of the golden eagle in the Bighorn Basin. So as you continue thinking about film, definitely there's economic value, people coming in, spending dollars, but there's also an excellent opportunity to tell Wyoming's unique stories. And those people who are involved are maybe your non-traditional film folks. They're the people who are interested in history and literature and creative writing and the other disciplines within the humanities. So thank you.
Any questions? Oh, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a two-part question. First, I just wanted to know if you were aware that Rocky IV was filmed in Jackson. And then the second part of that question is, wouldn't you agree that that is the best of the Rocky series?
Madam Chairman,
Mr.
Senator
Reese.
Ellis, I'll answer those in reverse order. Yes and no.
Any other questions for Mr. Reese? No. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to comment from the public? Okay, with that, I think we will, did you see someone else? Anyone online on this one? I'm glad you reminded me.
Yes, there is, Madam Chairman, there's Pat Sweeney and Paul Urick.
Okay, go ahead and bring him in. We'll hold off on that break for just a minute, but if you need a break before we take one, feel free.
Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Sweeney. Well, former Representative Sweeney. Welcome.
Pat Sweeney from Casper. Just a couple of notes of interest. I think in Director Schober's presentation, which was terrific, I don't know if it was mentioned, and I don't know how she arranged this at this exact moment in time. A year ago, we were witnessing and experiencing the Great Flood in Yellowstone. And to that point, I think that's why you saw in some of her data, and she may have mentioned this, we were kind of cutting in and out at times during the presentation, but I think that might be the reason some of the 22 data looked a bit down, is because that greatly affected tourism in our state last year. In looking through and listening through the different questions, you know, how do we keep this alive? How do we keep trying to grow the industry, and obviously the economic development piece of this, the workforce development piece of this, we need to continue to work on, how does that happen? And to Senator Ellis's question earlier, Madam Chairwoman, so, are there communities or counties on the lodging tax side that are looking at that? And I would add to some of Diane's questions or answers. There is a document that Kelly Estes worked on that Diane referenced, and I'm sure she would be glad to. Her information was an overview on the one report, but Kelly took the time, and almost every single state, and even in the nonprofit world, he's got across the country, and on how they interact with different departments, whether they're state government, not state government. So the committee could better look, if they have an interest in this, could look at what other states are doing in this realm. And again, here's Wyoming trying. And I was hoping maybe Chuck Box might be on, but Kelly can't be on this morning. But I know in particular, the 1883 prequel to Yellowstone series, I think Kelly had mentioned to me that they scouted in and around Natrona County and Carbon County, in particular around Independence Rock, and in that area 4 different times they were here. And I know they were also in Sheridan County a couple of times looking, but why didn't they come? The same with Joe Pickett series that Chuck Box, that ended up in Canada. And obviously we know now where Yellowstone, everything has moved to Montana. And I think most everybody knows the reason why. But we have to keep working on this. We have to, is the proper home in the business council? Is it, in a different spot other than tourism? I don't know the answer to that. And obviously the committee can continue to work on that, I would hope, that angle. But industry is out here interested and very much wants to see that happen, both, as Chris mentioned, both restaurants, lodging, but also the different people that the folks in Du Bois, the name escapes me, that has the horses and the teams, in particular for Wells Fargo commercials, and that they travel and do things. But we have a base industry already. We just need to keep working on it. Lastly, on the wage component, when I started in the late 60s as a dishwasher, I think my minimum wage back then was $1.25. Today, as Chris mentioned, with his teenage son as a starting job, I mean, it's unfathomable to me at $14 an hour how to make the finances work in a restaurant. Your margins are so very tight to make a profit, but that's the wage. in the starting wage. So when you look at that and think about that, you no longer can, in my opinion, use the argument that, well, those are low paying jobs and that's, you know, that's not correct anymore. I know waiters and waitresses, probably at Cowfish, I don't, a little smaller community, but right here in Casper, I know people that are making just in tips $200 to $500 a night. And so those arguments, I don't believe are relevant. I started as a dishwasher and ended up selling our businesses. But I think those are great starting jobs, lead to future and our future workforce development. And as Chris said, the second largest employer in the state is tourism. And so with that, thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing folks like me to testify remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Do we have any questions for the former legislator? No. Thank you so much for your insight and your history. Appreciate that. Any other public comment? He's gone? Okay, the other one is. All right, we'll close public comment. I think we'll go ahead and take a break. Is 7 minutes okay for everyone, or 8? How about we come back at 10:30? Will that work? All right, let's take a break. Excuse me? Oh, he went. Welcome back, everyone. Before we get started back here real quick, I just want to give a shout out to our interim director, Glenn, for setting up the tour of Fort Bridger yesterday, and for the superintendent over there, and as Nick Nalen was there as well. And for those who were able to make it, that was an amazing tour. I learned a few new things, even though I've been to Fort Bridger numerous times. So we appreciate that. And also just a shout out to our Wyoming Downs folks for the legislative day at the races yesterday. I think everyone had a great time. And so I just wanted to do that real quick before we start back in. And with that, we'll turn the time over to the good interim director. Do you want me to still call you interim or just director?
Interim's great.
Interim's fine. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dave Glenn, Acting Director of Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources. What I'd like to do, if I could, is just introduce some of our staff that are here very quickly. First, our Deputy Director, Sarah Sheen, and Nick Nalen back there. And we also have Kevin Ramler, who's the director of our museum, and you'll be hearing from him this afternoon or this morning. Rachel Clifton, she's the Assistant Director of the Arts Council. Patrick, next to my side, which many of you know. And then Kyle Bernice, he's our superstar district manager out of the Shoshone district that's here, and he'll be giving you the tour tomorrow. Madam Chairman, if it works for you, maybe we can talk process for 5 or 10 minutes on this bill, maybe have Luke walk the bill, and then we can come back with some of our suggestions if that works for you.
That would be great.
Great, thank you. As we're going into this legislative session in the future, this is probably one of the top priorities for our agency, is figuring out the governance piece of this bill. As you recall, the money was set aside, but the governance piece was taken out. That's kind of what we're working on. We worked really hard to mimic the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust bill, working with you, the chairs, and Director Budd here, and everybody else to do that. And we brought Director Budd in because he's the guru of these types of trusts, and Bob is also. We wanted to know what worked really well for the bill and what he felt should stay in there for sure, and was there anything else he would change throughout that process. We also worked very closely with Diane Schober, Director of Office of Tourism. We've worked with Jeremiah Ryman, who's been very involved with this, and others to get this draft up created. And Bob, maybe I'll pass it off to you.
Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair, thank you very much. Bob Budd, Director of Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. I'll be very brief. I appreciated the opportunity to work with everybody on this draft. Toward the end of the session, I had numerous people come up and say, you know, could we do this? How do you operate? Can we do this the same way? Does it make sense? And the answer is absolutely yes, it does. We've got a process that we've built for the last 18 years. We've made some tweaks, we've learned some things. And I think going back to that statute as kind of the framework for how this program could operate is the right thing to do. There were a few things that I was fairly, I guess I'll use the word adamant about in those conversations. And I'll tell you what they are and why. And then as you walk through the bill, I think it may make it easier. One is the independent board. And I know that there is reluctance on the part of the legislature to create boards and all that. It is absolutely the fundamental underpinning of our success is having that independent board. It's people who represent Wyoming. They're from all over the state. We do it by judicial districts, so there are 9 of them. We have a board meeting tomorrow where we'll allocate probably around $3.5 million in funding. The board does a lot of the work. We operate with 2 personnel, run a $10 million a year program with 2 staff, because the board actually helps with the work in the field, the site visits and all of that. The cost is absolutely minimal when you look at, we pay their per diem, we pay their mileage. That's it. And nobody ever wants off. It's not a board where they say, well, I'm not getting my money's worth, I want off of here. We've still got 2 of the original 9 on the board. And so the value of having that independent board is critical. Just as an example, the way the original draft was contemplated, it looked at having the board at Parks Board be the allocating entity. Think back, that would have been the same as having the Game and Fish Commission be the allocating entity when we created the Wildlife Trust. There's an inherent bias built in. With this, there's not. The second thing that I would be somewhat adamant about is please resist the urge to put specific management into a statute. That can be done in rule if need be. Our rules are fairly broad. Our statute is broader, but our practices that the board develops that over time are what drives it. So there are things like our spending policy. Those are all things that are inherent to the board. They can be changed if you need to, but you give the guidance and say, this is what we want you to work on, and don't make that statute so specific, because the first thing that happened to us with some of the specifics in that statute in 05 was, here came a project or here came something you didn't contemplate and it's against the law. And then you have to go back and change your statute. And if you're doing that every 3 or 4 years, you're not getting the work done on the ground. So make it broad. If they go too far, rein them back in, but we've not had that problem. The other things that we did, we just tried to keep a real consistency in process, but not in purpose. There's not much overlap between the outdoor recreation mission and the mission of the Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust. We're very complementary, but very rarely can I imagine that you would see a project that we would both be invested in 50-50 or something. You know, if they create the boat ramp, we make the place for the fish to spawn. Those are hugely complementary, but they don't necessarily meet the same mission. They're very different missions. You know, I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. And then finally, my suggestion was, because I know the legislature wanted to have some kind of oversight, some kind of reporting, to use the same exact process we do with the select committee and actually use the same select committee. Senator Guru is on that committee. He can tell you it isn't a time-consuming thing. We meet twice a year. We do a tour in August and we do our large project bill in December. It is not something that if you're going to have that committee come together that they couldn't do both in a reasonable amount of time. And they have the expertise and the background in how that process works. So you're not recreating the wheel. You're not adding any cost to what the legislative outlay would be. So those are my thoughts. I think it's a great, the bill has come out, I think, quite well. The only other thing I would tell you is there are quite a few redundancies in there. The redundancies between what the statutory charge is and what the rules will be. I think a lot of that could be cleaned up, and Luke can walk through that. But other than that, I think the bill has ended up in a really good place. And I think it's something we in Wyoming can be excited about. The last thing I'll tell you is, as Director Glenn was saying, this process has become kind of a lightning rod. New Mexico just passed one this year in their legislature, $100 million initial funding. Montana is working on a trust fund just like it right now. Idaho is asking how they can do one. So it is a process piece that fits the West that other people are picking up on. And basically they're taking our statute, putting the name Montana in, putting the name New Mexico in. It's working out really, really well. And I think that we all should be very proud of that. So thank you for your time, Madam Chair, Madam Co-Chair.
Any questions for Mr. Budd? Great. He's been a great help. We had some Zoom calls with him, and honestly, what you've done with the Wildlife Trust is amazing. And I think it's going to be what makes this bill a good fit for us. So appreciate your help.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Senator Ellis.
With your indulgence, this has nothing to do with this bill, but are we going to get an update on what Sigit's doing during this hearing the next couple of days on the sage grouse implementation team? Just seeing you, Director Budd, that's what prompted me to think about it. No?
Director?
Madam Chair, that was not on the agenda, but if you want to slide that in at the end of this, I can do it. I have to be in Riverton tonight, and I've got stops in Kemmer and Big Piney on the way, so it's not on the way, but I'm happy to give you a quick brief. I think we can do it in 5 minutes or so, Senator, if you'd like that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can visit with the chairs if they think that's appropriate. If not, I don't want to put you on the spot, but
thank you. Yeah, we'll talk it over. Thanks. Okay, Director Glenn, back to you.
Madam Chairman, if it works for you, maybe we can have Luke come up and walk the bill, and then maybe we can throw out our suggestions. That works.
Right.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Luke.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead. We appreciate in advance all the work you've done on this. So just wanted to say that ahead of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Luke Plum, Legislative Service Office, here to discuss 24 LSO 0033. This is the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund Administration. I had to leave Wyoming off the front because the title was getting too long, so sorry about that. But you know, I think in discussion with the chairs, I am actually going to start on page 9, not to throw everybody off, but LSO Drafting Convention has created sections first, amended sections second. And since we already passed the trust fund bill that established the actual trust fund account last year, I amended heavily into those sections, but that came afterwards. So just as general information, what this bill does is, yeah, it is very much modeled after the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust, which is in Title 9. This one puts it into Title 36, which is state lands. And so it is, a lot of that is heavily borrowed from there. And so if we, but to start on page 9, this is, yeah, the section that is being amended. First thing in Title 28, I'm talking about the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee. This is, these sections just allow that committee the authority to oversee and consider the projects that would be funded by this trust and this administration. So really what we're doing here is that the select committee shall monitor outdoor recreation and the tourism trust account board with projects. They're going to review the budget of all the projects funded and sponsor legislation to fund expenditures from the account as recommended by the select committee. And then it just, yeah, it's just additional conforming amendments there to allow them to review grant applications forwarded from the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Account Board. And so their primary charge, I will make sense in a while, but there's a difference between small projects and large projects. And so that's just where I wanted to start, just to say that this would be giving it to that select committee. And then on page 10 at the bottom, at Wyoming Statute 364202, that's definitions. And so I'm just going to briefly run through those. The board is the newly created Wyoming Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Account Board, as created within this bill draft. And already there is the trust account that has been created, but this bill will now create an income account. So the trust account, whereas, yeah, right, where the money will go and sit and earn interest. The income account is the money that is where the money will be spent out of for these projects. And so that's the income account. And then we get to the large project, and essentially a large project is anything, any project that is being sought by an organization that is $400,000 or more. And then I'm kind of skipping ahead a little bit, but a small project is essentially just anything that's under $400,000. And so the select committee is, yeah, the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee. I think the important definition in this section is paragraph 4, outdoor recreation infrastructure. And it just means the physical facilities and structures that support outdoor recreational activities and experiences for residents and visitors, including trails, campgrounds, picnic areas, boat launches, fishing piers, observation decks, wildlife viewing areas, and visitor centers. So it just provides generally kind of, you know, what could outdoor recreation infrastructure be when providing grants under this structure of the trust account. And so, yeah, the trust account is just being renumbered. That's just due to alphabetical order. And then this act kind of provides it all the way through the new sections that are created. So then beginning on the middle of page 12, 364203, this is the amended section. This was what was passed last year. This is the tourism trust account. It is created, it consists of all those funds that are designated to it by law. The only change in here is I did say funds deposited within the trust account are intended to be inviolate and constitute a perpetual trust fund. And I included a staff comment on the top of page 13. This is just kind of a new trend. You know, legislators can't bind future legislatures, so it's just kind of more of just a conforming amendment for that purpose. And then in subsection B, this is where the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund income account is created. Very similarly, the state treasurer will credit any funds that have been designated to it. And in this one specifically, the income account, all earnings from the funds in both the income and in the trust account will be credited there annually. And that is that will start after July 1st, 2026, or when the trust account reaches or exceeds $200 million. Again, that's kind of just similar to the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. So all the money is going to kind of start in the trust account unless it's designated for that. And then once there's money to start actually spending, it'll start going into the income account. And it also allows for funds to be appropriated. If someone were to give transfer requests or money, it can be credited directly to the income account. And also subsection C just allows the governor to include in the proposed state budget for additional funding of the income account until it reaches $200 million. I think I mentioned, yes, any person can give money to the Outdoor Recreation Trust account, donate those funds, and without a designation, they would go to the income account. And so then subsection E at the bottom of page 14 does allow the board to expend funds from the income account for administrative expenses authorized under this act. But also the disbursements from the income account shall be for the following purposes. And this is really where we're getting into what the trust board can actually do with the funds, like what their goals would be. And that's where we get into these paragraphs, such as the planning, design, and improvement and maintenance of existing or potential outdoor recreational infrastructure. And it is for residents and visitors to incorporate, the tourism aspect. It allows for the purchase of public access easements necessary to be able to enhance the outdoor recreational infrastructure. The disbursements can be made for outdoor recreation related education and public outreach, operation, administration, and maintenance of outdoor recreation infrastructure, and then the enhancement and expansion of the outdoor recreation industry and improvement to outdoor recreation infrastructure access within the state for residents and visitors. Oops, sorry, I'm just going a little bit. Yeah, and so then at the bottom of page 15 in its subsection F, yeah, this is the section particularly where it relates to the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee, that no funds can be expended without legislative authorization. Essentially, it's that requirement, except if it's once a large project has been approved, the board is allowed to provide additional grants for up to additional $200,000. They're required to forward a notice of any additional grants to the Select Committee within 30 days of the approval, but subsequent legislation is only required if it's going to exceed that $200,000. So just to give them a little room to provide some extra funds if needed. The board is not allowed to have the power of eminent domain. And then in subsection H, this is every public access easement funded in whole or in part with monies made available by this act. It just essentially binds the parties to an agreement with the state of Wyoming to say that they are a third party beneficiary to enforce the terms of the easement, or to be able to get basically to take legal action, sorry, is what I'm trying to say, to enforce those terms or recover from the proceeds of the transfer for value or sale of the easement. And then finally in subsection J, it's just no funds shall be dispersed on this act unless the person receiving the funds certifies that they're not getting any gratuities, kickbacks, gifts, anything like that, and made in connection with the appropriation of the grant. And so that's the new section. That's 202 and 203. And now I'm going to skip the appropriation for just a moment. And I think if we jump back to page 2 and keep going in order of the statutory sections. So section 1 is creating, creating 3 new statutory provisions, 204 through 206. And this is in 204 at the top of page 2. This is where the trust account board is established. The board shall consist of 9 members appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. They have to be residents of Wyoming. And they each need to be appointed from the districts set forth. It's the judicial districts. Is kind of just the base. And once again, this is coming from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust kind of setup. And then the board membership shall just reflect a broad spectrum of experiences, including wildlife management, sportsman, tourism, retail, motorized and non-motorized recreation, law enforcement, agricultural, energy, just to give a broad kind of stroke of who the governor should be looking for when appointing members. Subsection B just provides that each board member can will serve a term of 6 years, and they can be reappointed for 1 additional term for a total of 12. unless, when, except for upon the creation of the board, it'll be kind of split up so that it'll be 3 members, appointed. So that'll be 3 members appointed for 2 years, 3 members appointed for 4, and 3 members appointed for 6, just to kind of get that initial board and start allowing some turnover into the board, bringing some new people on. And then, yes, of course, it just allows the governor to provide for any vacancies, and the board will select one of its members to serve as chairman. In subsection C, the secretary of the board is the manager of the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Office within the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. It's the secretary's duty to administer funds at the direction of the board and act as a liaison for the board to other state, federal, and local governmental agencies, as well as nonprofit organizations, residents, and visitors who seek to provide input regarding grant proposals. In subsection D, it's just the board shall meet regularly, but shall meet not less than 1 time per year. Again, I made a staff comment on this. That was just kind of a general number to put in there. I mean, the thought here more so was that meet regularly can have a variety of meanings if you just say meet regularly. So it's just something to consider for the committee. And the members shall serve without compensation, except they can be reimbursed for, per diem, those things. For the travel expenses. So then in subsection E on page 4.
Go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we move on, I've been looking at boards and commissions, and we have a variety of ways in which they're reimbursed for their costs. Maybe corporations is looking at this. I hope they are, but I don't know that they are. I haven't been following their work, but why state employees, why not as legislators? And is there some discussion maybe on a broader spectrum of kind of making these all a little more uniform on the reimbursement?
Go ahead, Mr. Plum.
Madam Chair, Senator Ellis. I guess I'm not familiar if that is going to be a topic that's going to be discussed. That doesn't sound familiar to me for in front of corporations. And so I don't know. I haven't heard of any discussion or of trying to make that a little more uniform.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. We'll then continue on. So then, yes, subsection E on page 4 is the board shall receive and evaluate applications for grants from the income account. They forward the applications for the large projects to the select committee to review and recommend, and then the board can approve any small projects, anything under the $400,000 limit. And then those funds are continuously appropriated for small project grants by the board. And then the approved large projects through the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee. Subsection F is just that the board shall adopt rules and regulations in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act. And these specifically there's a list that starts at the top of page 5, such as establishing criteria for grants from the income account, establish criteria for matching funds or other in-kind contributions from grantees. They have the duty to make rules to evaluate and rank grant proposals with the emphasis on those projects that are partnerships involving private and public entities. They have to review and monitor grants to those grantees and evaluate the effects of grant proposals for providing opportunities for resident and visitor access to public and state lands. And then as well as establish criteria for the acceptance or rejection of gifts, transfers, any donations essentially of funds that would be inconsistent with this act. And they can make rules that they can regarding the acceptance of any fee, simple interest in real property. And that's kind of done through the Board of Land Commissioners.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you. I have a question for Luke on the drafting. I'm wondering if we need to have the distinction between residents and visitors, because it seems like it creates a little bit of confusion, at least in my mind. So I'm wondering if that's language that's already out there for like the Wildlife Trust or in the state, what the Board of Land Commissioners and their existing statute. But that just seems odd to me to have residents and visitors.
Any comment on that, Luke?
Yes, Madam Chair and Senator Ellis, I think that's a good point, and I think it could be a good way to define it. No, that was actually residents was included. I take that back. I'm sorry. Citizens was the word that was used in the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. It was kind of decided when we were discussing this bill draft, getting it prepared for this, to say maybe change it over to residents and then include visitors, as the goal is now it's the Recreation and Tourism Trust. So I think, yeah, if the committee wishes, there could be some validity to including a definition or a distinction.
Yes, a follow-up. Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, or to delete entirely? Just recreation and tourism opportunities on public and state lands, like that kind of language without saying residents and visitors?
Keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
Any comment on that one?
I don't have any further comment. I think that's
Okay.
perfectly valid. Yeah,
Great.
committee's discretion.
Continue.
Thank you. Okay. And so then on page 6, I'm looking at this subparagraph 7. It's just rules to consider the socioeconomic impacts of grant proposals on the community affected, and to consider other necessary matters to give them some leeway in making their rules. Subsection G is the duties that are required of the board. The first is to consult with other governmental agencies, persons, and nonprofit organizations as necessary, to accept or decline federal grants and other contributions made to the trust and any interest, fee simple interest in property. And once again, that would go through the Board of Land Commissioners if they're going to take an interest in property. And then they also are required to have the duty to recommend to the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Select Committee that funds be transferred from the income account to the trust account as needed. Subsection H is just the reporting requirements of the board, that they shall annually report to the governor, the Joint Appropriations Committee, the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee, and this committee as well, no later than October 1st. With respect to all federal grants that they receive, any other contributions and donations, as well as the grants awarded by the board to nonprofit and governmental organizations, and any progress that has been made. On the bottom of page 7, it's 36.4.205. It's grant applications and eligible entities. The board shall only grant funds to nonprofit and governmental organizations. They shall award grants to promote, preserve, and enhance the recreation, tourism, multiple use, natural resource, and environmental heritage of Wyoming, its residents and visitors, and is how it currently reads, and the board should have discretion to determine that amount. The grants provided by the board shall not be a supplement to or replacement of an operating budget of a governmental agency or nonprofit organization.
Question?
Yep,
Senator Ellis, go ahead.
Madam Chair, going back to page 7, line 22, you use the word preserve. And I'm just wondering, the board shall award grants to promote, preserve, and enhance the recreation, tourism, multiple use, blah, blah, blah. That word preserve always, I think it's a red flag for me always. So I'm wondering if this is language, where you got this language.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Senator Ellis, I got this language from Patrick Harrington, the manager of the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Office, so he may be able to provide some thought on that.
Question? Go ahead, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that gives the ability to do maintenance projects on already existing infrastructure.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead. Follow up.
I wrote maintain
Maintain.
in its stead, so we can have a chat about that.
Sure. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead and continue.
Thank you. Back on page 8, in subsection C, is that no awards, no grant shall be awarded under this act until the rules and regulations have been by the board have become effective, just to give them that time to get it set up and kind of get things running. And then 36.4.206 is also just kind of a copy and paste from the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust, just that the director of the Department of Audit or his designee can annually audit or shall annually audit the trust account. And the copies of that audit shall be provided to the governor, Joint Appropriations, the Select Committee, and this committee as well. And so that kind of catches us back up to where we were. And so, sorry, I'm skipping one more time. If we jump back to page 17. So everything I just went through, yeah, that was a run through, kind of in order of the statutes. I know I just recognized I thought I had corrected that, but I have the section numbering wrong. On page 17 in the middle of the page on line 13, it should say section 3. But what this section is there's kind of 2 sections here discussing the appropriation. Actually on page 18, we'll get there in just a moment. I just made a conforming amendment to the appropriation that was made with the trust when the trust fund account was created last year. Just to say that the recurring appropriation may be divided between the tourism from the trust account and the income account. And so what section 3 does is that it's beginning with the fiscal biennium commencing on July 1st, 2024. And for each fiscal biennium thereafter, $6 million is already being appropriated biennially. It's from the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Projects account. And so what this one would do is it would split up that that already going to be appropriated $6 million, so that $4 million is going into the trust account and $2 million is going to go into the income account. And so that's the whole point of this. On July 1st, when it's House Bill 74 that was just passed this past session, when that goes into effect, $6 million will go into the by the appropriation that is being amended on page 18. It should be section 4. There's $6 million that's going into the trust account. And so then it would be in next year in 2024, when the next biennium starts and there's the recurring biennial appropriation, that's when the split would happen. And so section 4, it's the exact same language. I just included that one sentence to say that it can be divided. That was just to ensure that that would be appropriate for the original appropriation. And then, finally to end on at the end of page 19, it's that this act is just effective July 1st, 2024. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Plum? Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering on two things. Back to your section 4, going back and amending the session law. Is there a more artful way of doing that? Because I hate going back and amending those session laws. It's not my preferred thing to do. I mean, is there a way to just cover that intent in the new section 3 on page 17? And then on the second part of it, I'm sure we're going to have this discussion on the effective date. We have here July 1st. If we leave it as July 1st, 2024, and this passes, does the governor have the ability to start appointing board members or organizing, or do we need to create some kind of bifurcated effective date?
Mr. Lum?
Madam Chair, Senator Ellis. Yes, I think really truly on the appropriation, that is a good thought. It's beginning with the fiscal. So I'm jumping back to section 3. This is the new appropriation that's being made. It's saying essentially we're taking the appropriation that was made provided by, it's 2023 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 153. That's the old one. And we're taking that $6 million and we're just splitting it up. That's what that section says. Really, the intent behind section 4 was kind of a, belt and suspenders essentially provision to say that, this is allowed in the original appropriation. I think there is some import to it, like it could be important in that regard, but that is up to the committee's discretion. I don't know if it's absolutely a requirement to do so to amend that prior appropriation. It was just the thought to make sure that it was very clear. And then to your second question.
Madam
Yeah,
Chair,
go ahead.
just a follow up. And the reason for this is we don't go back and reprint the session law books. So we take this action and then it's not like we reprint the session law books. So that's where, if you're if you're tracking all this, that's my concern of doing that.
Mr. Plum?
Yes, and if I may, thank you, Madam Chair and Senator Ellis. And I think, yes, if we wanted to try and flush that out more in the new appropriation language, I think that's certainly a good thought as well, up to the committee's discretion.
Thank you.
And then just back to your final question on the effective date. Yeah, absolutely. That's a committee choice. I think there definitely is valid to say that maybe we should give them, immediately becomes effective to start establishing rules to allow the governor to submit the board. That'd really be up to the committee.
Other questions for Mr. Plum? No? Okay, great job. Oh, do you have a question? Senator Guru has one.
Thank you, Chairman. Page 16, line 11. Let me make sure. So say the G there, this board shall not have the power of eminent domain. And that comes from the language of the trust, correct? The land trust, the natural resource land trust. I'm on that commission. I know what the name of it. Yes, correct?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Senator Group, that is correct. Yes, that's directly from the Natural Resource Trust
Thank you.
statutes.
Follow up or you good? Good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Lucas. Appreciate it. Good overview. I think we're going to bring up the tag team here of Director Glenn and Mr. Harrington. Lucas, you might want to hang in there just in case we have more questions. You might want to sit tight. And actually, before these gentlemen start, I do want to introduce somebody special back in the back of the room. She snuck in here. She's not even paying attention now, but she's one of our famous residents now that moved over from Kemmer. This is Kathy Tomasi in the back of the room, and she is the incoming. Have you started your presidency yet? She is the president of the Wyoming Business Council. So you'll probably get a chance to see her tonight, visit with her. I hope she's able to come to the little social. But anyway, I just wanted to do that real quick and before you, because I see you kind of edging towards the door. So anyway, welcome. Glad to have you. Okay, go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Luke, you're amazing at writing this stuff. So thank you for putting that effort into this. If it's okay with you, I'd like to pass it off to Patrick. He has a couple of suggested changes on the bill and throw that out to you if that works.
Go ahead, Mr. Harrington.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and Madam Co-Chairman, members of the committee. Patrick Harrington, Manager of the Wyoming Office of Outdoor Recreation. I want to say thank you to the chairs for the opportunity to comment and provide some insight from our perspective on this draft. And again, thank you, Luke, for the work here. We have 5 that we've provided to the committee, a 6th one as we just went through there that we'll call out here in a second. If it's your pleasure, Madam Chairman, we will we'll go through the edit and then maybe leave a moment for questions or comments if that works for you, and then jump to the next one.
That'd be just great.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All right, so first on our list is going to be page 2, line 13. The goal here, we're somewhat concerned that the language may be too prescriptive and make it difficult for the governor to fill. While we certainly want to make sure we're representative of the people in the interests of the state of Wyoming, I think there's an opportunity to broaden this and to make it slightly easier to fill, and that is suggest adding language between including and wildlife to say, but not limited to, so that we're still representing those interests, but we're not restricted there.
Questions on that edit? Okay.
All right, Madam Chairman, next is page 3, line 20. We are proposing striking the number 1 and adding the number 4, anticipating that this board will meet 4 times yearly, and just cleaning that up.
And I believe, Mr. Harrington, that's how many times the Wildlife Trust Fund meets. Is that correct?
I would
Quarterly?
defer to Director Budd on that, Madam Chairman.
Or Senator Guru? You're on that.
Or
committee, aren't
Senator
you?
Guru.
Do you meet 4 times a year? Okay, Director Budd, he's still here. I'm good.
I'm on the committee, not the commission.
Yes.
6 times a year.
Oh, 6 times. Okay,
Every 2 months.
okay.
They don't have to, but that's just a cycle we fell into. I actually suggest this change for the simple reason that if you have a board that's going to be a working board.
Go ahead. Grab a mic
Just so folks at home.
and a chair. Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Our board meets 6 times a year. The reason that I certainly encourage at least 4 is if you have a working board that is actually going to be out doing things in the field, going to be selecting projects. We fund projects twice a year, so there's 2 meetings. So if you have less than 4 meetings, how do you evaluate projects, fund them, and do all that? So 1 time a year certainly isn't adequate for what the role is contemplated.
Questions on that? I think that's actually a good catch. And probably for, where this fund is a little bit smaller than the Wildlife Trust Fund, we probably have fewer projects to start with. That's probably a good catch. So go ahead.
Certainly, Madam Chairman, and I think the language is broad enough that if we ended up needing 6 times a year, I think we could still do that.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Madam Chair, I guess my concern is the other way. If it's only 6 million, what if you don't need your 4 meetings?
Madam Chairman and Senator Ellis, I think we would like to fall into a rhythm and maybe get those 4 meetings a year, but I certainly can see your perspective.
We could make the shall into a may, if that would help also. Would that be a good catch? No? Yes? Just something to think about. Okay, go ahead.
Our Madam Chairman, our next proposed change would be page 5, line 17. And this gets to your point earlier, Senator. Page 5, line 14, not sure what I said, but yeah, page 5, line 14, and this gets to your point from earlier, Senator Ellis. We're just suggesting cleaning up this language to make it clear that this is intended to build outdoor recreation infrastructure and not to simply provide access. And our suggested change there was to strike, starting with the word opportunities. And so opportunities for resident and visitor access to public and state lands for recreation tourism activities, and replace that with recreation and tourism opportunities. And then there's a conversation there with Senator Ellis's comments, whether or not we would leave for residents and visitors, and then to continue on with on public and state lands.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Madam Chair, the way if we were to adopt your language, how would you feel about evaluate the effects of grant proposals for providing recreation and tourism opportunities on public and state lands, and just get rid of that residents and visitors language altogether?
Madam Chairman and Senator Ellis, I think that sounds appropriate and great.
Yep, good catch. Okay, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. From my part of the world, one of the concerns has been that you're just doing this for visitors. And so, although I think that the language residents and visitors is kind of clunky, I think it's good to make clear that this is a resident opportunity as well. So that's coming from kind of a tourist community where the complaint is always, well, you're just doing stuff for tourists. You're not doing anything for us.
Good point.
Madam Chairman and Madam Co-Chairman, I think that is a good consideration, and I think we would defer to the will of the committee on that.
Continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Next is the one I promised that we caught during Luke's read through of the bill. And this is page 8, line 18. Trying to keep these in order and looking at the word annually and proposing a change of on a regular basis. And I'll hand it to Director Glenn.
And Madam Chairman, the reasoning with that in talking with Director Budd is they actually were audited for the first time this year and sailed through the audit, but he didn't feel, and we agree that it probably does not need to happen annually, but on a regular basis sometime.
Another good catch. Okay, continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Page 11, line 13 is the next proposed change. Here, again, the language, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Here, the language again feels somewhat prescriptive. And as Director Budd mentioned in his earlier comments, we want to leave room for opportunity that we haven't anticipated yet. We've seen a rise in e-bikes in the outdoor rec world, and that was something we couldn't have anticipated 5 years ago. And we want to make sure that this fund can stay on sort of that cutting edge. So what we would suggest is simply inserting but not limited to between the words including and trails, which keeps all of that language there, but then opens it up to other opportunities as well.
Any questions on that? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The last edit we had, page 19, line 26. And Senator Ellis, I should have known you would catch this. But the comment here is a concern about getting that board filled and moving forward with promulgating rules before the effective date of July 1, 24.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Madam Chair, I think you know this, I don't like the goofy effective dates. So I think my preference would be to just say either it's effective immediately or it's effective July 1st. And if it's effective July 1st and you're worried about it, then the governor just starts filling it on July 1st. But the whole point of that is so that the public has notice that this board is created. I mean, there's a reason that we have time and not all bills are effective immediately. So if we were to leave it as is, it just creates a little bit of delay. And I'm fine with that, actually, the more I think about it. But does that mess up your world as far as timing and getting the rulemaking going and getting board members appointed? I'm just curious if that messes you up too bad, or if we can just leave it as July 1st.
Comments on that, Director?
Madam Chairman, Senator Ellis, the way we're looking at it, as you know, rules promulgation, especially with something new like this, may take up to a year as it is. Then take several months to go out and recruit that board. So what our thoughts process was, let's get rocking and rolling. Let's at least get the board going, working with the governor's office. Let's start promulgating those rules. It's still probably going to be another year after July, after we get those rules promulgated. So that was our thought process.
Madam Chair, just to
Yes, go
follow up.
ahead, follow.
So that is my question. I mean, either you guys start looking at filling the board in March, or you have to wait till July. I don't know that delay is horrible. And you mentioned rulemaking, it does take a while. So that's where I'm just, does it need to be all just immediate, or can we just leave it at July 1st?
Madam
Director?
Chairman, Senator Ellis, we would defer to you as the committee on that, whatever you would decide.
I think maybe Director Bud has a comment on that.
Madam Chair, thank you. Let me give you a little history on this language. Remember that in 2005, when this Wildlife Trust was created, there were a lot of boogeymen surrounding that potential for what that rogue board would do. So there were things put in there like this, July 1 and everything. What I would tell you is, because what worked is it was effective immediately to appoint the board. Board appointments normally come back up in March anyway. So that's consistent with when you would pass the bill, create the board, and then start the rulemaking process. Because otherwise, as Director Glenn said, it took us almost a year. And one of the poison pills in that bill, I don't know if anybody was here in 2005, was you had to have the rules done by a certain date. Well, that date was not physically possible unless you appointed the board right away and started the rulemaking process. So I agree it's clunky, Senator Ellis, but I think there is a functionality to it that is worthy of consideration.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Madam Chair, and I guess what I'm trying to get after is, so we passed this, it's theoretically, if it has all the votes in the support of the governor, he enacts it in sometime in March. And then ideally, I guess what I'm trying to hope for is that the public becomes aware that this law passes. And if they want time to say, hey, how do I maybe get considered for this? I'd like to apply, like there's some cushion of months in there where people can start navigating that. And having served on some task forces, I'm chairing one this year. It has taken the governor's office months to start finding people.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just not so worked up that this has to be immediate and they're going to be people appointed in April. And if they're appointed in April, then I am kind of worried that maybe we haven't let this be out there in the universe long enough for interested people to express their desire to serve on it. So I guess that's why I'm trying to hold on to July 1st. And those are my reasons. And so, but if I'm really off and we need to include some immediate language in appointing a board, I'd be curious for your feedback.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
Senator Ellis, I think some of this is semantic. And again, if you look at trust and distrust, by making it effective immediately, you create the board. That doesn't mean that you have to appoint them immediately. And I would certainly anticipate the governor's office doing a call for interest, doing exactly as you've described. That first board might not get appointed until, I believe ours was appointed in May. And in that time period, there were hundreds of people who said they would be interested in serving, go through that. It does also put a little bit of pressure on the governor's office to get that job done. If you extend it out to July 1, then you just start the process July 1. You've lost that 2 or 3 month window that you can get things up and running. But it's certainly up to your preference to how to do it. I would just advocate the sooner the better. I think it's a worthy endeavor, and I think the sooner you can get that done, the better you're going to be.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you for that, Director. Anything else, Patrick? Mr. Harrington?
Madam Chairman, no, that is the end of our proposed amendments, but certainly would stand for any additional questions.
Questions?
I
Yes,
had
go
a
ahead,
question.
Senator Ellis.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we get this right if we decide to go down this path. On the language, maybe this is a better one for Luke, on their ability to receive real property. I think it says there's some criteria where you're supposed to do an economic analysis, but then you can also, it says any other matters. Oh, darn it, and I'm looking for it, my citation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Which page is that, Senator Ellis?
I'm trying to get there. I still can't find it. I've looked through this, maybe too many times. But
Madam Chair, I believe on the bottom of page 5, but there is one more place it is as well.
Page 5.
And that's in the creation of when the board is adopting rules.
There it is, page 6. So here, page 6, line 9. This is they're required to consider the socioeconomic impacts of grant proposals on the community affected, and then consider other necessary matters. To me, that seems super loosey-goosey, and I don't like things changing, I like knowing the rules. Is this borrowed language from like the Wildlife Trust? Or is this language that you developed?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair,
Plum?
Senator Ellis pulled that from the Natural Resource Trust.
Okay, and so Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, a follow-up maybe then for Bob is they talked about how they were able to address issues by rulemaking. I just want to make sure I understand that a little bit better, because what I'd like to do is make line 9 say, consider other matters identified by rule, just so that all the playing field's known, the rules are all known. But I'm wondering if that's how you operate.
Madam
Ben?
Chair, Senator Ellis, yes, that is how we operate. I would agree that to just say, consider other necessary matters, that's the duty of the board to consider all matters. It is kind of a superfluous language. The language this is building on was, again, back in 2005, the worry that somehow the Wildlife Trust would start buying and owning land, which we are statutorily prohibited to do anyway. So a little bit of this is a retro version of fear. It may not even be all that necessary. But I think that is a good catch, Senator Ellis, that what matters, or whether you put it in the rules, it's actually covered in GI, where it says consult with other appropriate agencies. That may be the place to put it and not have it in there twice.
Any other follow-up, or you good? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Oh, okay, go ahead, Senator. Senator Jones. Oh, yeah, we got to share, don't we? Have at it.
Madam Chairwoman, I just had one on page 11 in the paragraph starting on line 10. I was wondering if maybe we might want to add something about parking or staging areas. That's pretty important to have in these recreational areas. I'm not sure if that would be something that we might want to consider.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Senator Jones, I believe it would be great to have that in there. You know, the one thing would we change that, but not limited to, was really important to us because shooting ranges aren't in here, archery ranges, off-road trails for motorized vehicles aren't in here. So we wanted to really broaden that. And I think that would fit, the parking lots would fit in there if we kept the, but not limited to language in there.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, Madam Co-Chair, go ahead.
I'm just putting this in before I forget for LSO. Page 18, line 13. It says reserve and project account. We need to change projects to income. That's maybe one we missed as we change that, or
What line is that, Madam Chair?
page 18, line 13.
13. Oh, yeah.
I apologize, Madam
So
Chair.
just bring a chair up. Luke.
Okay, I think that works.
Just a little history for the committee. We originally had a projects account instead of income account, but then Lucas pointed out to us that there is no other reference in any other statute to project accounts. So to be consistent with the statutes that already exist for trust accounts, that we change that back to income accounts.
Madam Chair, I think, yeah, so on page 18, line 13, the reason that one says projects right there is because that's where the money is coming from. That's from the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Projects account. No, you're fine. Believe me, I checked that a couple times myself, but yeah, no, that's a good catch.
Any other comments or questions? Anything else? This isn't a great bill, but there's a lot to it. And so I understand completely with Mr. Budd and how you guys, you kind of set the trail for us to jump on, and without, your knowledge and history, we probably would have.
Senator?
Yes, go ahead, Senator West. I mean, not Senator, Representative Western.
Mr. Harrington, just if you wouldn't mind repeating yourself on your the third amendment, your proposal, the page 5, line 14. What was your rationale for that language change again?
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Representative Western. So on the third proposed amendment, again, that's page 5, line 14. The rationale here is that we just want to make clear that the purpose of this fund is to develop outdoor recreation infrastructure and not simply to create access. And I think that the language there could be read to maximize access or to give priority to access. though that is, sorry, Madam Chairman, access purchasing or providing public land access certainly is permissible under this fund. We just want to make sure it's broad enough to do the infrastructure work as well.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes.
Go ahead.
And I certainly appreciate that it's more for infrastructure, but I would consider access a type of infrastructure. Perhaps not a parking lot or, a graded trail or those kind of things, but I certainly do think that's part of it. And so I would be worried that if we did pull that language, it would add more ambiguity about the ability for this fund to be used for that access component towards public lands and state lands.
Any comments on that, Mr. Harrington? Or Director?
Director, did you want to say something?
Madam Chairman, Representative Western, I'm going to find it in here, but there is another piece in here that talks about access as well. And specifically access, and I'll dig that up while we're talking and find it for you.
Other comments or, oh, go ahead.
Madam Chairman and Representative Western, it's certainly not our intention to eliminate access as a possibility under or within this trust fund. I would agree with you that it is a worthwhile investment of the state.
Anything else that anyone would like to either ask as questions or comments to these fine gentlemen up here? Okay, then. I guess we're at that point where we can probably, unless there's anything else, no? Okay, we can either open that up for public's comment and then we can work this bill, or potential bill. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anybody that would like to comment on this bill, please come forward. Yes, come on up. Introduce yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and committee. Thanks for your time today. My name is Mike Cusick. I'm the Executive Director of Wyoming Pathways. We're a statewide organization that helps make communities more bikeable and walkable. And we also work with communities to get trails on public lands. We support the increased funding, or excuse me, we support the trust fund and hope for increased funding and ask for consideration to release grant opportunities sooner than later. Reasons being, we have a survey on our website since 2019. Since that time, we've received feedback from over 250 individuals in 40 communities. Just since April, in a re-release, we've had 11 new communities and 53 entries for 35 projects related to outdoor recreation and trails. Of the ARPA grant requests that we had last year, I believe around 60% of those were for trail projects. Groups that we're working with now that are new communities are Douglas, Lovell, Casper, Thermopolis, Lander, Laramie, and recently Pinedale. These projects are sought out by members across all walks of life in the community, business owners, folks who like to walk and hike, trail runners, bikers, folks who just want to get away for quiet space. These projects have been shown to yield high economic return on investment to communities. The average person who visits a community for trails project or for using trails is about $138 per day. These trails systems that we work with and build are inexpensive on the front end, require very little maintenance, and year over year return that investment. I also wanted to touch base briefly on some topics that were brought up earlier related to the films. We are making films with each trail that we build to highlight for communities to use as an asset. In fact, right now we're working with our Office of Tourism in Lander to create a film about the trails that have been built in Fremont County in the last few years. They include Togety, Brewers in Sinks Canyon area, and JBR outside of Lander. This will become an asset not only for the community, but for Wyoming Pathways to share with other folks about what it takes to get that done. Films do make a difference. Also, with related to trails, films, and this trust fund, we are seeing unique visitors to communities. That is folks who aren't coming there anyway, and they're coming in the shoulder seasons when our hotels and restaurants aren't as busy, and folks look for that kind of stabilization and employment. In Lander, where I live, Cowfish has been mentioned many times. They're a tremendous partner in the community. The film that was shot of Chris, their amazing chef, has produced just that impact. Folks are now coming there for the fly fishing that was featured also because they know there's a world-class restaurant with a James Beard nominee chef in place. Films tell stories that most places, most other tools can't. And again, related to the trust fund, if we put film in our trails projects, we need to tell the story of these many towns around the state who aren't known to tourists. Again, I'm working with Lovell right now and Thermopolis, two towns we all love, but most folks who come to Wyoming probably haven't been there. They both want to see trails projects. It's exciting to see what's happening in Thermopolis. We've added 13 miles of trail in the last 3 years to Thermopolis from town. We call that a Main Street to the Mountains opportunity because your car stays parked in town. You're not driving 10 miles to a trailhead and then deciding where to go from there. Again, we have over 40 communities who've requested these. And again, just since April, we've had 11 new communities, 53 entries to our survey for a total of 35 projects. It's a phenomenal request. I would also point out to Representative Western's comment about jobs. In the trail building world, these jobs start at $18 to $35 an hour. And we have a great program in Lander at the Alpine Science Institute with Darren Wells, a CWC school. They have a trail building program right now where people can take a 1-year certification class and enter that market at $18 to $35, and that's just regionally. Trail building is one of the most, how should I put it? They have the biggest gap, the biggest need, because across the country, they need people who are willing to do this work and able to do it professionally because there's so much demand for trails across the country, not just in our state. And that's what I have for you. I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Cusick? Senator Guru.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, you brought up ARPA dollars. Could you kind of flesh that out a little bit for me? How many, were you getting ARPA dollars that communities received for that? Or the ARPA dollars that were specifically laid out for trails? How much was that? How much have you used? How much is, just kind of talk about that a little bit for me. Thank you.
Mr. Cusick.
Madam Chair, Senator Grew, I wasn't detailed thoroughly enough. These were the ARPA dollars that went to the outdoor rec grants. The outdoor rec grants saw that percentage of applicants who are looking for trails-based projects. I misspoke a bit.
Thank you.
You betcha. Any other questions for Mr. Cusick? Sounds great. What's happening? Appreciate it. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Good morning
You're back.
again, committee chairwoman, members of the committee. Chris Brown, representing Wyoming Hospitality and Travel Coalition. We stand in support of the bill. Committee, you've heard me testify before. The best way to grow the state's second largest industry is by spreading people out across the state. There's so much opportunity for the visitor economy around the state to be grown, not just focused in one or two specific areas. And we believe that with the passage of this bill and the previous bill establishing the account, that it gives once at full fruition, it will give every community across the state the ability to apply for grants to build out their local product and to develop their either existing or local product. I think the other unique benefit to this bill is that it's not only intended to build out outdoor recreation opportunity to attract visitors. I feel like the local community and the local outdoor recreation enthusiasts are going to benefit from this as well. I've been through the bill twice. We haven't had a chance as a board to really vet through it, but I didn't see anything of major concern in our first two passes through it. And we appreciate the opportunity, assuming that this dialogue continues to be at the table and work the bill, and we appreciate your support.
Questions for Mr. Brown? Senator Drew, you have your light on. Do you want to ask a question or are you just, you know, kicking back, taking life easy? Oh, anybody else? Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Era Arano. I'm part of the Wyoming Outdoor Council. We were actually just featured in some of the films that you heard about earlier with the Ford Bronco partnership. So excited to see that moving forward. With the Wyoming Outdoor Council, we value outdoor recreation as a contribution to the economy and our quality of life. Many of us enjoy time on our local trails. We followed the twists and turns of this fund through the past years and are happy to be working from a point where the accounts and some of the funding are already in place. However, as we advocated last year and at session, it's important to balance the recreational values with wildlife as ones that can both compete with and complement each other. Who doesn't like recreating when you can hear the beautiful birds singing or encounter some majestic wildlife? However, in Wyoming and beyond, there's growing evidence that continues to show that wildlife are impacted by all types of recreation. That can lead to increased mortality, decreased reproduction, altered behavior, increased non-native species, and reduced fitness. Historically, other than the funding source, which is now established, the main areas of concern surrounding this fund have been wildlife protection and transparency through public comment and increasing local awareness during the planning of these projects. I shared with you via email possible amendments that would address these concerns without being overly prescriptive, and encourage you to include them as you move forward in establishing the details of this trust administration. You received one similar in intent from the hunting community via email as well. Please add sidebars in these areas. These amendments I shared support the work of this fund, our economy, and our Wyoming values. Thank you for considering them. I stand for questions and have additional paper comments if anyone should need them.
Questions from Ms. Serrano? Yeah. Co-chair, Madam Co-chair?
I'm just wondering if you could go through your amendments.
Yes, I would be happy
Please.
to. If you take a look on page 6, after line 7, I'd like us to include 2 new subsections. 1, ensure grants to identify and mitigate the impacts of increased outdoor recreation on natural resources, wildlife, cultural, and historical elements. And a second one, following that first, that says develop a formal process for implementing grant awards that, at a minimum, require public notice, comment, and consideration of alternative proposals that are less injurious to natural resources. And I'd be happy to provide you with a paper comment through the LSO.
Senator Ellis has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is that more or less a mini NEPA process?
No, it is not the time and the other pieces to NEPA. I intentionally used the words mitigate and alternatives. The committee in their rules has the space to make exactly what that is. It's really the importance of consideration of wildlife and making sure that there is a public comment period, and what that looks like and the extent to which that can be enacted would be left to the rules process. But it's important to the conservation community that those considerations are in there. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Guru?
So Aaron, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So Aaron, if I were to take on the one you put as 10, develop a process, dropping the word formal, might answer some of the concerns that might come up in some minds. Would you be amenable to that?
Ms. Serrano?
Madam Chair, Senator Greer, we would be amenable to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You betcha. That was actually a question I had. Does formal need to be in there? Because tying in with Senator Ellis's concern that sometimes that gets a little sticky with the formal process. So any other questions for Ms. Serrano on these amendments? I think it'd probably be a good idea. I've got pulled it up on my computer, but probably a good idea to have the paper copy if we can get a hold of.
I'll hand those to LSO as soon as I leave.
Thank you.
you.
All right. No other questions? Oh, yes, Senator Baldwin. Oh, Senator Guru.
I did, yes, when you mentioned this amendment, then there was another amendment that you talked about we talked about offline, and I did not see it. So if you have any other.
I believe that you will hear from someone else later in the hunting community who has emailed the committee, or at least the chair people of the committee.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you. All right, there's no other questions. Thank you for your testimony. All right, please introduce yourself, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and senators, representatives. My name is Ron Smith, and today I'm here representing Sinks Canyon Wild. And Sinks Canyon Wild is a nonprofit organization based in Lander, Wyoming. And as our name would suggest, our group is an advocacy organization for conservation and protection of the cultural and natural resources lying within the boundaries of Sinks Canyon State Park and the surrounding areas. The Sinks Canyon Wild is committed to helping ensure that state parks protects the natural beauty and wild qualities of Sinks Canyon State Park while enhancing visitor experiences in the park consistent with the park's mission. Today, you are considering a bill that will establish a significant trust fund for the purpose of funding recreation projects, which will enhance visitor experience and greatly increase the number of visitors to Wyoming. And these goals are obviously praiseworthy and proper function of government. However, I just want to point out that development of these projects need to be done with diligent attention to evaluation and protection of the resources and landscapes that make the projects viable in the first place. As you all know, commercial and residential developments are subject to significant review and public comment under various city, county, and state regulations. Mine sites and industrial facilities are subject to Wyoming environmental review and public comments. And yet there are very few mentions for environmental review and public comments related to outdoor recreation projects currently included in this bill. Provisions to provide for a statutory pathway for development of these requirements for review of environmental impacts to wildlife, as Ms. Arano mentioned, transportation and parking, staging areas, those sorts of things, and cultural aspects are not evident very much in the bill. Consultation with appropriate tribal entities have also been left out. We believe that is important. And I ask you, is it good stewardship to be considering a bill that promotes projects to increase tourism, utilizing significant public funds at some of the most beautiful areas in Wyoming without considering the impacts to these projects? The surrounding states in places like Moab, Vail, Big Sky are realizing now that just how critically important it is to evaluate those kinds of projects. Additionally, is it fair and just for those living in areas impacted by projects not to have an opportunity to provide comment and participate in the planning process? And today you have the opportunity to provide general provisions for the establishment of suitable project review process. And we believe that by doing so, this will enhance the tax-paying public buy-in and support for those kinds of projects, and along with them, help make the project better by reducing some of the negative impacts that may be associated with these projects. And I really liked some of the comments that were previously made by Ms. Arano and by Director Budd and also by Director Glenn. So it seems like we're moving in this direction, and we really appreciate those kinds of things happening to this bill and this process. It's going to be a great thing for Wyoming.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Smith? Appreciate your
very much.
testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other testimony from the public? Welcome. Introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Chairperson and
However it
committee.
comes out is great.
My name is Will Almus. I am a member of Six Canyon Wild, but I am here as an individual today. I live adjacent to Six Canyon State Park. I want to begin by saying I think this is a great bill. I think that state park staff should be commended, as well as this group, for putting forward something that can be so progressive for this state. That being said, I think it can be improved very easily. To echo both comments from Ron Smith just now and also Aaron, I believe that there needs to be at least mention and inclusion of environmental review of the impacts, as well as public participation and consultation with the tribes. I just want to add that it seems that there's this idea that an appropriate level of environmental review and public participation in a planning process for major projects is an impediment to the success of those projects. In my experience, although review and public participation often lead to some changes in a project, they are usually for the better, and they help, probably more importantly, they help build public consensus around those projects, which allow the ultimate success. These are taxpayer dollars being considered, and the public deserves a transparent process with adequate diligence in assessing the impacts and economics. With these ideas in mind, I have proposed specific language for insertion within the draft bill for your consideration. And I have shared these in writing, or I've submitted them to your staff over there. They're very simple. We're back to page 6 where you were before, Senator. It's an insertion of 7, establish procedures for the evaluation of impacts on wildlife, consultation with applicable tribal entities, and assessments of environmental and socioeconomic impacts to affected communities. And 8, establish procedures for public notification and the reception of public comment. I think that would improve the bill and ultimately ensure more successful projects. Thank you for your consideration.
Questions for Mr. Amos? Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair or Madam Chair. I have a question. So we modeled this bill and you heard it from the Wildlife Trust. Would you then also advocate that what I'm looking for is consistency between the two. And so I guess that's my question is, would you then, both of you maybe advocate that we modify the Wildlife Trust to include these same kind of safeguards that you'd like of public notice, comment, consultation, public outreach, timeframes?
Honestly, I'm not that familiar with that particular mechanism, so or body, so I can't give you an opinion on that. From a personal standpoint, I hate going back and modifying things. So if you don't need it, don't do it. But this is the formation of something, and you have the opportunity to do that now. You don't have to wait. Thank you.
Okay, follow up. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I guess I would like to hear from the co-testifier here, if he would like us to change this gentleman sitting right here. Do you think we need
Mr.
to
Smith?
amend the Wildlife Trust? Because I mean, we're operating the Wildlife Trust year in, year out. We review those projects. We know those people who are appointed to serve there. We look at their work, we look at their projects and we see that. And they do it without the processes that you're mentioning. But I guess what I'm curious is you haven't noticed any problem with how they operate. So I'm wondering why we need to change course here. That's what I'm getting after.
Mr. Smith, you have a comment on that?
Well, I think Director Rudd maybe answered this a lot better than I could earlier today by saying that the body that this bill promulgates puts those rules together. So I think that's where this should come from.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony, both of you. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public? Stephanie's coming up. All right. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and committee members. My name is Steph Kessler. I'm here representing some interests that are investigating the startup of a Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Business Association. And I just have a couple of very broad policy statements to share. Support entirely for such a Wyoming homegrown fund as this one, because it helps to fund opportunities and needs for our state on our terms. You may hear later how sometimes federal programs that do fund outdoor recreation can come with strings attached. But this is a great way to ensure that we are investing in what we see are our needs based on our varying communities and recreational interests. And with that, I would also say that it shows support for a wide range of outdoor recreation, whether it be motorized, non-motorized, shooting ranges, trails, water activities, and things, as been said, that we can't even envision right now, which may be what we need here in our state. So we support this concept overall. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Ms. Kessler?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the community, from the public or anyone online?
Madam Chairman, we have 4 people have their hands raised.
Okay.
Jeremiah Riemann
Okay.
is first.
Should we start with him? Welcome, Mr. Riemann. maybe. He's trying. There he is.
All right.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Glad to see you.
It's great to be here. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association, as well as representing myself in this important conversation. I want to first congratulate the committee for your work and achievement this last legislative session. I consider this one of the most important bills that I've had a chance to work on that has passed in quite a while, and a great deal of that congratulations extends to all of you. We do support the legislation that's before you and only have a few minor issues that I might walk through very briefly. The department talked about board composition, and I certainly support what they have presented to you there. Moving to page 5 of the bill, and in particular, I'm looking at lines 7 through 9. I support the concept that is included in this particular provision of evaluating and ranking the proposals and giving some emphasis. I'm concerned, however, on the back end that it provides emphasis to projects that involve public and private entities, only because I can envision a scenario where the federal government may be partnering with the state on a project, and it might benefit us to save that private funding for another project. I'm concerned perhaps that the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources for projects on their own lands may always be de-emphasized against these other projects. So I would only suggest perhaps including a period after the word partnerships on line 8. Again, I support the concept. I really do want to see partnerships here of a wide variety of entities, but I would want to avoid potentially decrease in our value of some projects that may not, in some cases, include the private component in terms of funding. Madam Chairwoman, you've talked a great deal about the provision on lines 13 through 16 on page 5. I won't add anything there other than to emphasize the importance of the resident component of this particular legislation and ensuring that we are supporting our communities broadly and the people that currently live here. Certainly, we want to ensure that we're expanding visitor access as well, but a quality of life, mental health, socioeconomic opportunities for our residents is top of mind when I look at this legislation. Madam Chairwoman, moving to page 6, there is a dividing line in the particular draft before you today that occurs between lines 10 and 13. Above line 10 are a series of shalls that the department shall undertake. Below that are some mays. The first of those mays is consultation with other governmental agencies, persons and nonprofit organizations as necessary. And we've heard conversation here, and we did during the legislative session about the need to consult with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and perhaps others. And certainly my members would, in many cases, want to be consulted with. We've heard about the tribes. I think the tribes fall into this provision. I might just suggest that this provision migrate a little bit north in the legislation to the shall category. I'm okay with the as necessary provision of that, but would advocate for moving it above the line. Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, you just heard a great deal of conversation about the public process. And I'm not opposed to the notion of public processes, but I am concerned about becoming too prescriptive in the legislative language, such that we do ultimately establish another NEPA process or some other convoluted process that would perhaps make some entities question whether they want to even get involved in putting forward a project that may be of nominal value to some communities, but certainly is significant enough for their community. So as you consider that particular issue, I would just ask that you give the department the discretion to, one, consider, has the process already occurred? We all know that projects on federal land are going to require some sort of NEPA. A county that may be proposing a project may have already gone through a public process, and there are many other entities that will be bringing those forward. I would hate for those projects to have to go back through another process. And then I would also ask whether, and this is something that I think the department can determine through its rulemaking process, whether the project rises to the level of requiring a formal public process. I think park playgrounds in an already developed area are quite a bit different than developing something that might be in a sensitive area, such as Sinks Canyon State Park. So I just ask that you be very careful about how you craft the language to respond to that particular need. Madam Chairwoman, page 11, there's been much discussion about the definition of outdoor recreation infrastructure. I support the conversation that's been proposed there. The next page that I will go to is page 15 of the legislation. And on page 15, lines 11 through 12, is a provision relative to outdoor recreation related education and public outreach. This is a provision that the interim committee last year removed from the legislation. It has come back in, and I'm not necessarily opposed to education and public outreach if it's specific to the infrastructure that we're installing, signage and other things of that nature. But I do wonder if this doesn't introduce potential mission creep beyond the infrastructure that we've talked about in many other places of this particular legislation. So, we could remove the provision as you did last year. You could maybe at the end of that sentence add in that it has to be specific to outdoor recreation infrastructure. I'll leave that to your discretion, but I did note that. I also heard, and I don't know how to fix this, but page 15 introduced a number of provisions that seem to be duplicative of other language already in the statute that's been passed or earlier in this legislation. And my only concern, and again, I don't have a solution for you, is that we not be conflicting with other provisions that we have in place. The final piece where I'll just make a comment is on page 19 relative to the effective date. I'm not going to get too deep into that. You've spent a lot of time talking about the board. The board is less my concern in this context against perhaps the rulemaking. And I'm not the person to answer this, but it seems to me that there's been some conversation during past legislative interims and during the session of can a department start on rulemaking in particular before an effective date, or do you have to wait until that effective date in order to move forward with rulemaking? And I would hate for us to slow the process of rulemaking if we could perhaps start that effective immediately, understanding it's got its own public process that it's going to have to go through. But I bring it up because on page 8 of the bill, there is a particular provision there that says you can't start doing things until rulemaking is complete. So you're really delaying things if we don't perhaps look at that effective date. Madam Chairwoman, again, members of the committee were supportive of this. Again, congratulate you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Madam Chair.
Senator Ellis has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeremiah, I'm sure you see throughout the bill, we refer to this, the purpose of this fund to support public and state lands. In your opinion, does that cover lands and projects that are county and city owned?
Mr. Riemann?
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, one part of me wants to answer yes, that it would fall into that category. But let's be honest, state lands aren't necessarily considered public. So we've got to consider that. As it relates to that particular provision, another piece that is kind of rolling in my head is what about private lands that are opened for public access through this program? And we have an agreement through whatever nature that might be to allow that. So I do wonder if we need to expand that particular provision to capture more of the nuances of land ownership.
Good question. Any other questions for Mr. Riemann? I don't see any. Thank you so much. Oh, hang on. Co-chairman has one.
I just want to make a comment on how helpful Jeremiah has been to this process. He was served on our task force and very helpful, very good comments. And I just want to thank him for that time and effort that he's put in on this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would reiterate that we really, I mean, we couldn't have gone forward without some of your help along the way. So appreciate you. Oh, one more question here from Representative Western.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Ryman, you said that some of the language on page 15 is redundant and duplicative. Did I hear that correctly?
Madam Chairwoman, Representative Western, I was simply asking whether it is. I think a number of us have looked at that and wondered. I'm not necessarily concerned about duplicative language. I'm worried if we end up inserting something that might be conflictatory. So just wanting to note it that we might want to carefully evaluate that and make sure we haven't created anything that might create a problem for the department as they move forward.
Okay. Thank you again for all of your help and for your testimony today. Appreciate it. Who's up next?
Senator Case.
Senator Case, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. It's a pleasure to be here and to see all of you. I'm sorry I missed the horse races. Did anybody put some money down on number 9 for me yesterday or Saturday? Rats. Madam Chairwoman, I look at the committee and I think back when I first was served on your committee. And my chairwoman was Clarine Law, and that's really how I got to be close to Clarine and enjoyed traveling with her. And we became good friends and actually went into business in the recreation industry, tourism together. And I've always been impressed with the work of the committee and the constituency that that involves this great industry. But I throw this out as a bit of a caution because Wyoming's changing so very much, and we're hoping that as our carbon-based minerals future probably will decline, and that we'll have to shoulder up and we'll need the contributions, the economic contributions of the recreation and tourism industry even more. We need to do everything we can to benefit the state. But we also have to realize that by our very nature, it tends to be very promotional industry. Most of the advocates, they tend to trend in one direction. And it's about more and more promotion, more opportunities, more visitors. And at some point, I hope we have a base feeling that what also matters, though, is it a sustainable contribution to our economic and our practical future as we go forward. And also realize that the visitor industry is a difficult industry to manage in the sense that it can be very hard on the resources that we're trying to protect. And so with that in mind, that's kind of where I come from on this. And I have just gone through several years, and it's an ongoing deal of master planning process for Sings Canyon in Lander. And I just will tell you that there are a lot of people, there are a lot of green signs on people's yards that say how unhappy they are with where we've come with respect to state parks plans for the Sings Canyon area. And there's been a conflict with the administration about the process that's been in place. I've complained about the process a lot. I felt that it wasn't fair. I felt that it worked in the echo chamber, that I think all of us are part of this echo chamber of the rah-rah for tourism, even the committee and all the people hanging on. But the echo chamber doesn't really represent the Lander community. It might represent some of the advisory boards that have been established for the parks. But really, there is a need for process. And I hope that we can get to that. And I'll tell you one reason why this might be different than the Natural Resources Trust. And Senator Ellis brought that up. And I think it's a great question, very great question. But the trust sort of has a purpose of wildlife. And all of us agree that wildlife is on the good meter in Wyoming. I have mixed feelings about the impact of increased development of trails and recreation opportunities on our communities and on our natural resources. Whereas if you come to me with a wildlife project, I'm pretty much in your camp if it's going to benefit wildlife, because that is long-term sustainable and very basic to the core of Wyoming. I worry that by over promoting of recreation in some venues, we actually will kill the goose that laid the golden egg, in the sense that we will actually hurt the underlying resource, especially when you develop in historically sensitive areas or critical wildlife habitat. So I do want a more structured process that slows things down a little bit and lets people come to the table with input. And I don't think that that's happened with the process I've seen from state parks. I'm very unhappy with it. I also point out another reason. Several of you have mentioned the federal NEPA project. I'm not really a great fan of NEPA, but it does serve a purpose. But since Wyoming is so largely administered by our federal land managers, and what happens is that developers, rather than look to put activities on those federal lands because of the process that exists there, they shift to the other public lands that can be available and move there. That's what's happened in Sings Canyon. The proposals for development there would never happen without a NEPA type process on the federal lands. Whether that would ever happen, I don't know. But it's not fair, I think, to say that we should have no process, and then we get the brunt of all the bad ideas that come that they didn't want to go to the federal lands to develop. So during the past session, I did have an amendment that passed on second reading to the previous bill with a more structured process. I'm certainly open to more discussion about that, but as a minimum, there would be more notice and ample opportunity for people to participate, consultation with government and tribal people. And also, I think what's important also is in these development proposals, if we can consider the impact on private industry. So, having concessions on state parks and other properties may or may not be good for other private entities, or may throw a wedge in the relationship between competitors. Truly, the bottom line, I think, is that our state resources are very, very different. And our resources within the portfolio that's held by the State Department of Parks is very different as well. They have historical sites that you would think would be kind of inviolate in terms of how they could be developed because we need to preserve that history. I haven't really found that to be true in practice. But you also have sites that are natural history wonders, and where maybe the true beauty and the true future of sustainable revenues for Wyoming allows in visitors to work with Native Americans and Native American teachers and experience more the wild state than the overdevelopment state. Then we have lots of resources that are just kind of, for example, boating marinas and perhaps the state park at the Hot Springs in Hot Springs County has gone that way, but they're kind of carnival-like tourist attractions, very heavily used, very heavy commercialized, and that's great. That's a great experience. People like that, but I'm really getting at the problem that it's not one size fits all, and it's not just these state resources. This will be state lands, potentially other public resources as well. So I'm here to plead for more process. I think you can never go wrong with more process. I think in our zeal to promote Wyoming's #2 industry, we have to take heart about the impacts of that industry. I heard talk about all the high wages, and I'm glad the wages are better, but I challenge to find operators that are providing health insurance consistently and workers that have good housing and that aspect of sustainability, and where very heavy use of recreation opportunities are not impacting critical wildlife areas. And I could go on and on and on, but I'm very grateful for the chance to talk to you. And I hope you can remember that in your role as advocates for this industry, you also have a longer term requirement to ensure Wyoming's long-term sustainability as we transition from minerals and carbon to our new world, which we're not quite sure what that's going to be. But I don't think everybody wants to have, pardon me for picking on Teton County, my good comrade in the Senate. You know, Teton County is really kind of the point of the spear of what it's like to live in a community that's heavily impacted by recreation opportunities. We're seeing that elsewhere. A couple of years ago, I had a chance to scout out the trailhead above Pinedale. I hadn't been there in a few years. I was stunned when I got to the parking lot and the cars were back over 1.5 miles on the highway. There's a lot of recreation now. It's not all benign. We don't necessarily need a new trail every single place. Mountain biking has changed the character of the backcountry experience for a lot of people that don't mountain bike. And so anyway, things to think about. And I'm grateful for the chance to talk to you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Case. Let me look and see if there's any questions here from the, Madam Co-Chair has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Senator Case, for joining us. And I think that the things that have changed from the bill that we saw last year was that this trust fund would have its own governance committee and it would not be governed by the State Parks Commission. Also, wouldn't it be nice if we had the funds to create that parking lot so people are not parked 1.5 miles down the road? That's what these funds could be used for, is to not create new opportunities, but to take those opportunities that are already available and make it safer for the visitor and the resident to access those really good trails and to put parking in place. And that's a challenge that we have in Park County, is that we have really nice trail systems and those things, but we have parking issues. We have issues with sanitation. We're looking at putting pit toilet by a very popular mountain biking trails. So not creating a ton of new stuff, but taking care of those things that already exist.
Madam Chairwoman,
comment,
thank you.
Mr. or Senator Case?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, and to your co-chairwoman. Certainly that's a piece of it. But the guidelines that are in the existing proposed legislation talk about social economic impacts on local communities. I really think we got to dig into the actual impacts, which aren't social economic, which are the impacts on wildlife, impact on the visitor experience in these very crowded areas, competition with other providers. It's not always the right answer to build a bigger parking lot at a trailhead, honestly. And that, I'm afraid that was on forest land. So we're kind of out of the loop on that. But really, I think you need to control, in a bigger picture, the number of visitors in those areas. And that could be good for local communities too, as they spend more time in local areas. But to have a lot of people in the mountains, and I don't know if you've followed the evidence that is now come out, and the Nature Conservancy and others have done it, about the impact of recreational visitation on wildlife and how it disturbs wildlife, all in different aspects, from the degrees of mountain biking, people with dogs, all sorts of things. It's a strong correlation, and it's not positive. And so when you have Sinks Canyon is mostly made up of critical winter wildlife reserve and critical range. And that is not very high on the list. And yet I don't see a mandatory consultation with the Wyoming Game and Fish. So I'm hoping we can find balance. Everything is about balance. Parking lots are about balance, but I will not concede that we just automatically ought to build bigger parking lots.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Thank you. And I agree with you, Senator Case, that we do need to look at the wildlife impacts, and that we do need to look at those things that negatively impact anything that's going on in our communities. But I think that also we need to look that people are not going to stop going to these places, and that if we can make their experience better. Also, I don't think that we can have a toll gate or have a restriction on people accessing these trails. I think we need to look at, as you said, a balance of how do we make sure that the user is having a quality experience without negatively impacting the environment that they are having the experience in. So we agree on a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Case. Is there anyone else that had a question for you? Thank you so much for your testimony, Senator Case. Good things to think about. So appreciate you.
Good to
taking
see
the
you
time to
all.
be with
Thank you
us
very
today.
much.
Mhm. All right. Do we have anybody else online?
Madam Chairman, we have Jess Johnson, if she'll just turn on her video and.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome, Jess.
It's good to see you guys. I'm sorry I'm not down there in person. Hopefully you can hear me all right and everything's coming through. We're coming from our new offices in Lander, so this is the first Zoom trial run. I'm Jess Johnson. I am the Government Affairs Director for the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. And I'll just keep this very brief, as I think you've heard from many folks before me about the wildlife concern there. What I will say is that you guys have in your email a recommendation for an amendment. And I'd like to explain a little bit like how we got here and why. This amendment actually reached out to Game and Fish Department to ask about proper language on what would be sort of get what we're trying to get at without being overly prescriptive or overly process laden. And so where I'm asking for this amendment is on page 6, and it is actually above G, so line 10 or 11. Adding in a little section, and the language is pretty simple. It just says ensure grants identify and mitigate impacts to wildlife. Now, the reason that we're putting it in this section is that the idea is that I think what we'd like to see is that folks that are looking, the applicants, we're asking for the applicants to go to the Game and Fish and talk about their project and find out what this is. And part of that is to build relationships early on in the process. So some of what's happened, say in Sinks Canyon or elsewhere throughout the state, is actually avoided because there's early on communication with the wildlife stuff. It's ensuring that the applicants that are putting in for these grants are already having these discussions. Maybe their grant isn't what they're looking to do is in the center of a town. So like there really isn't much there. So it's a very simple process of just going in. And then this is also going to alleviate the work on, say, the board's behalf of having to take every single grant that comes in front of them and run it through Game and Fish. This is trying to do the work beforehand. It's just a little checkbox that says, yes, we've consulted with Game and Fish. They're good here, here, and here. Or if they're not good, we've worked with them to come up with impacts and mitigation so we can still go forward with this grant. We're just asking for this in the statute part and not in the rules, because this is different than the Wildlife Trust, as the senator before mentioned. The Wildlife Trust, you know, their language is to enhance and conserve wildlife habitat and natural resource values throughout the state, which is an amazing mission. And the mission going forward with this recreation trust is equally as amazing. The difference being is that one of them sort of builds and maintains habitat and ecologies, and the other one sometimes can end up in direct conflict with habitats and ecology. So we're just trying to make sure that they work together here. And I think if you're having these grants and the applicants going forward to work with their field office, just ask, figure it out. It's going to be less process laden than any other option down the line. And, you know, if your grant doesn't touch any of the wildlife habitat or doesn't have anything to do with it, it's a pretty easy box to check. With that said, you know, I think the last sentiment I'd like to leave you with is that they are right. Like our recreation is tied indefinitely to our wildlife because people come here for our wildlife. So they go hand in hand. And I think it's a really beautiful thing that we're starting to support both on the side, both from the Wildlife Trust side and from the Recreation Trust side. And I very much applaud the work of the committee and state parks and everybody going forward with how this bill has come. So the only ask we have is that page 6, line 10. There is an addition if you so choose in the email, but the really important one, it's short, gets to the point, hopefully not over prescriptive, is that one that I just said.
Questions for Ms. Johnson? I don't see any. Thank you so much. We'll take a look at those. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else online?
Madam Chairman, we have Sarah Matthews.
Okay. Bring her in. Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Madam Chairwoman, I hope you can all see and hear me today, and thank you so much for your time. I'll keep my comments brief. I am the Executive Director for the Pilot Hill Recreation and Wildlife Habitat Management Area in Albany County, Wyoming. So I just want to add a little bit of on-the-ground feedback to many of the comments that have happened today. And to start out first by saying thank you so much to this committee. You have done a tremendous amount of work, and your work is ongoing. And that's what it takes, a community to really build a strong legislative bill. I'd like to just reflect through a couple of stories, specifically with Pilot Hill. This is kind of directing comments to Mr. Smith's concern and the NEPA analysis, public comments, archaeological inventory, game and fish studies, et cetera, that are being recommended. In our situation, we did need to go through all of those steps, also with state forestry, state parks, before we were even able to secure the leases for the area that we were hoping to create trails in. So I would encourage you to consider Mr. Ryman's recommendation that the committee have the opportunity to determine whether or not those processes have already taken place and whether or not they're appropriate for the grant that is being requested for the trail system or infrastructure that's being requested. We had already gone through all that process, and I think it definitely helped make our ability to then take the next step, which is applying to funders like this for grants to then create that infrastructure. The second thing I would do is just talk a little bit about the philosophy that I have found in our state. Many of you are probably familiar with the little sticker that is showing up in a lot of Albany and Carbon County places that say, "You're in Wyoming, act accordingly." We love that because a lot of us in Wyoming do know how to act accordingly in our recreation spaces and our wild places. But people that are visiting may or may not, or new residents may or may not. I really feel like trails are to benefit the land, not the people. They allow us to help steward users of our recreational resources into the right areas and to keep them safe and to keep the wildlife protected so that they have areas that are undisturbed and can also be utilized for other uses. So I do feel like having the funding for the infrastructure is critical at this point in time. We in this part of the state have a lot of users coming in from Colorado, from Nebraska, from other regions that want to be on trail systems that aren't as impacted and as busy as ones that they're finding in their neighborhood, or that are just unique and new for them to experience. And by having infrastructure in place, we really are best stewarding the land, not necessarily the people. We have right now on Pilot Hill today a group of people that are being hosted by Wyoming Game and Fish and Weed and Pest that are doing a weed survey on the property. We have the Wyoming Conservation Corps out there working on some fencing and some trail work for us. And we also have a firm that is setting up final engineering on some new trails that we'll be building in the future. I spoke to the lead of that firm, and he is actually a Wyoming individual, lives in Laramie, but found that he couldn't maintain his business in Wyoming because there wasn't the infrastructure for funding in place that allowed a business model that helped him know that he would have consistent work year after year after year so that he could hire employees and purchase the equipment needed to really make this a viable business in Wyoming. He ended up selling his business here, dissolving it basically, and has merged with a larger firm out of one of the businesses to the south of us in Colorado. And we're very lucky to have them wanting to work with us here in Wyoming. But the fact is, we pay additional fees for them to just bring their equipment and their manpower to Wyoming when we hire them. Wouldn't it be wonderful if some of the local private entities could develop businesses in our state based on this trust fund and be able to know that they will have multi-year contracts and long-term consistent work because of the vision of this legislative body. So I thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions you might have and really appreciate the hard work that you're doing on making sure that this piece of legislation is dialed in and ready to roll.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mrs. Matthews? I don't see any. So thanks again. Appreciate all your testimony today. I think we're at that point in time. Is that everybody? All right. No other public comment? We'll go ahead and close public comment. I just need some direction from the committee. Oh, go ahead, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we've done some really good work and had really great comments. I don't think, since this is our first meeting, that we have to do anything today. We still have time. There's a lot of unanswered questions I have with the multiple amendments that have been proposed. Issues I'd still like to wrangle with are making sure we've got this captured right with state and public lands to make sure we're not precluding cities or towns and counties from being eligible to apply. And then, I mean, just the ticky-tacky stuff, the reimbursement of boards. I do think that at some point we should look at this as a legislature, as how board members are reimbursed. We have statutory language that says sometimes they should be reimbursed as legislators are, sometimes as state employees. It's all over the board. I just want to kind of figure that out a little bit. And so I think there are a number of issues. And then the bigger question is whether or not we want to add NEPA processes to this. So I just don't think we don't need to take action on it. And I'd like more time to think about how we proceed with some of these recommendations.
Senator Ellis, I think you and I were on the same page. That's why I was going to ask the committee what you felt about pushing this back to the next meeting and making some changes then. Go ahead, Senator Grew.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree. I think that there's been a lot of great input today, and there's been a lot of great work done to get us to this point, and a lot of great input. I mean, there's a part of me that would say, yeah, let's go to lunch, then come back and let's just hash this out line by line and go through it, because people have given such great comment here and we've all heard it. It's all fresh in our minds. But I do agree with Senator Ellis that I think that, we have time and we should take the time to go through it. So I personally would like to see us maybe put together the chairs, sufferance, put together a working group to maybe work on what we've heard today and then come back at the next meeting with some changes that are incorporated, that we can get them out to the group early, get them out to the committee early, and more importantly, get it out to the public. So then that way so we can go through this process and make sure that everyone is getting heard and that the input that's been given today is fleshed out. I mean, personally, I believe that a lot of the comments that have come today, and especially someone, as the good senator from Fremont County mentioned, I wish we had this and had something like this 30 years ago in the county I come from. The process is set up to really take a look at some of the impacts that we're facing today in our county. And I look down to my fellow Teton and Lincoln County colleagues who probably feel the same way. I also feel, though, very importantly, that a lot of the problems that have been articulated in other communities might have been avoided with this very language as well. So that's why I think it's incumbent upon us to get this right and to bring something to the body, this session, that can pass, and so we can move forward. Because these folks, as was mentioned in the testimony we heard, these folks are coming. These folks are using these trails now. They're making their trails now, and maybe making them places that we don't want, or making in ways we don't want them. And so to having a statewide commission appointed by the governor, overseen by the legislature, project by project, to be able to pull them out and take a look at them one by one as they come through the process, a vetted process, is going to be very important. So getting this right is important. So I do agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other comments? Senator Jones?
Madam Chairwoman, I agree. I want to echo a little bit about what Senator Ellis said, and also some of our testimony. Page 1, line 1, an act relating to state lands. Is this still accurate? With some of this testimony, we might need to expand that language a little bit.
Other comments from the committee? I keep thinking I see people's hands, but I don't. How about we go ahead and appoint, would you be okay with that, Madam Chairman? A working committee? First of all, do I have any volunteers? Oh, Senator Ellis, I know you put your hand up. Senator Grew, there's 2. Madam Co-Chair, good. Representative Storr, and Representative Angelos also put her hand up. Excellent. Oh, we got some more. Representative Singh, excellent. Representative Jones. Okay, wow. Never had this kind of volunteerism on anything I've ever been on. I'm so excited. So why don't we put the good Madam Co-Chair in? Yep, you got Stacy and Representative Angelos, Representative Singh, Representative Storr. I think that's a great idea. That was actually something I was going to recommend. I thought there's no way I was going to maybe say after lunch we can, but I mean, I think we're at that point in time where we're all tired and we've all heard some really good testimony. And the important thing is the bill passed, the money's there, but the governance part is what we really got to get right. And so I agree with all the comments that have been made. I guess I'm wondering with Director Glenn, can we put off the stuff with State Museum until after lunch? That'd be okay, Madam Co-Chair?
I would like to add Director Glenn and Director Bud to our working group if they would be willing to do that.
That would be great.
Or their designees. And maybe somebody from tourism.
Yeah. Good point.
So Diane, I don't know if you want to do that or if you want to designate someone from your office.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And Jeremiah.
And
we'll just volunteer Jeremiah.
Jeremiah is Jeremiah still on?
If he's gone, too bad.
Is Jeremiah still on? And if he is,
Yes,
he will be added, and or if he has a problem with that, we can find somebody else to represent maybe counties and yeah.
Where's this?
So
yeah,
if we can reach out to him and see. I know he has some stuff going on, and if he would have time, that would be awesome to have him on the committee. But if not, we will find somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, is an hour enough time for everyone to grab lunch? Or do we need a little bit longer? My town, let's go. Let's see, it's 12:37, 12:40. 1:30? That's not enough. Oh, that's not even, let's go 1. Do you want to go 2? 1:45. Okay, 1:45. That